That's the day. Orange. Wow, bro. We get bumped into that. That's crazy. We get bumped into that. Oh, crap, dude.
Oh yeah, it won't happen until like.
I fucked up. I hit the. It's alright. A new day, a new start. No, nah. Dude, my D-pad, bro. Come on. Nah, what? What is the bullet doing? That's a Nintendo intended shortcut, bro. Oh my god. That's crazy. Why does the bullet react like that guy? I was like in the middle of the shortcut too. Nah, like, bro, if something like that happens this next upcoming raids, then I'm not gonna play for a bit. I'm gonna switch games. I was in the middle of the shortcut with the star. Used my bullet, and it just did a U-turn and got stuck. Like, what is that? And on a Nintendo track, dude. I crushed them. Dude, it didn't let me. My God, that's GG. I'm gonna leave this room, bro. Nah, bro. That's sanitary. Dude, I drifted to the right after I. Oh my gosh. I drifted to the left. Not the greatest start ever, bruh. Maybe right now is just not the best time. We have over 100 people on right now. So I assumed that but nah. Wow. Painted it. Just like that. Thought maybe it'll live a turn. But we got robotics, though. Yeah, look at my. I want the accuracy. Another screw. Use roar? What the hell, man? Come on, confusion, dude. Come on, bro. Oh, this is a sailing Pokemon. So just click out. MVP. Okay. Dude, moving 4,000 FPS. Sometimes it's a pain. Sometimes. See, not sure what it is. So if we were to go to Victory Road, we're not strong enough to what's it called? Ugh. We're not strong enough to fight the Pokemon consistently. Oh. If we could do half, then that would help a lot. Let's see. This bug is gonna kill us. They're gonna be alive. Okay. So we need to find like another route. Man. A morning yawn. I guess for the meantime we'll level up forward. Okay. So I think we're probably just gonna have to go to the other route. We don't have Earthquake, so We got earthquake. We can stay in there. We're gonna go to that third right. Yeah, earthquake. Sweet. Oh no, we have to go to the other part. We're gonna go over to the other side of the front. I would just be fun with. Oh shit. Ah. I used to be so good at this, bro. Can't hit no wall. This is just like the Sky Tower, bro. We did that thing, bro. We got it. Now we need Stone Edge. Forgot where did we go for Stone Edge. Stone Edge. You can get it from somewhere. Oh yeah. Victory Road. But for right now, let's see if we get into it. Like the last room was good, but so the hook is in my favorite. See, he's back out. 110K again. He's back. I get front threaded for real. I don't know what that was. Yep, man. How's it going? I'm just kidding. So people. Yeah. I'm doing okay. Oh, yeah. Ooh. Too far to the left. Oh, I did the mushroom shortcut properly, too. What triple mushrooms, by the way? What? Dude. This is another reason why I'm not just playing this game, bro. Nah. I know y'all seen. I know you seen it. You just said. You just talked about it too. That's insane, bruh. Need to clip it. I disable clips because I guess I'll just clip it later, or I'll make a YouTube short about it. Nah, that's crazy though. No one was there, and then out of nowhere, two people, big as hell. One guy with triple greens, and then man. I feel good. I gotta move quicker. We would have got bombed if I didn't use that mushroom, bro. Would have got bombed. I guess I can't go type, bruh. But it's alright. First place is out of the picture. That's on me. Oh man. That is on. On me. I don't need to know more. Well, ugh. I'm yawning so much right now. I need some fire. I just cannot draw. This guy moving so slow. And then I gave. Of course, I get blue when I'm in first, and I'm trying to go as fast as possible to break away. Of course, game. Of course. Not the greatest bullet spot. You know what? I'm just not gonna play, bro. Like that was. Of course, I get blue. Of course, I get blue, bro. Of course, I get blue when I'm trying to break away. After like one guy, that's C rank player, dude. After I went past him, I get starred. I don't even know anymore, dude. I don't even know anymore. You're right, man. Okay, you know what? Never mind. Hold on. Could be just a room, bro. I'm a little cautious on this one. I'll just pick this. Fuck this. Focus on staying on the road. Freaking using this damn D-pad hub button, bro. I thought that they're too tight. Bruh. Getting too fancy with it. Right, it's just so rigid right now, bro. Yeah, my driving is just... I can't let this game get into my mind. I guess not.
Oh, let's wait. Oh.
That could be it right there. Ah, that's where it is. Dark holes. I think you got this going in. Now I think we're gonna put Stone Edge on Glide Score on 4. Okay. Look at the stats real quick, 'cause I know. Mm, 165 or 163. Mm, Earthquake is gonna have to be on Garchomp for sure. It's gonna do it. Now we just need to train.
What weapon? Yeah, oh man. Oh, so.
Oh, Gabite could live at 41. That means a 62 guard chomp is gonna easily survive against a dig. For sure. That's another thing. Look out for.
Shit. Nigga. Ooh. Pero quiero.
Variable.
That's the zero spray. Yeah. 7 is the next second spray. That's the zero spray. Yeah. Nothing like let's sort of like unfoil 7 spray. That's what it says. No thing. Is what to explain. Because they added like a whole lot of spices. So I thought the back was like really so. So I think that's spicy. I'm sad. They ain't brought this thing back. Oh, I was like for king. Oh, what's the beef from them? Well, but it's money in mind. I'm not distracted from it. But be careful with it. I'm scared of shit. Strapped these on your back. I can make up. But you don't. I mean, say, I'm going to let you. That's the fun. I'm for the strike to and so I don't know what it means. And the next piece of that, that's the strike signal. So, I'm not on the radio and I'm not back on it. I heard that for the Jubilee and South Bronx. And I should see the inside on the local fire. I didn't know I need to say, I need to hold that shit. I hope I don't forget to I put most of this, I thought Rusty said, oh, Nick fucking Brad. Just check out what's crazy. There we go. Franklin. Oh shit, I didn't know she's hard for I didn't know she was around. Please look at me. Spike from the spikes and nothing upon it. That's what we call the lovely flavors. But I wouldn't even want to know. That's what we used to want to go before with the damn spike. So one thing is so much. Smoky. You ain't got no skills. And so that's right. Okay. Yeah, same. What's something there? And let's see big. So it's rather than anything, it's just real. I don't think it's that company. Why? I'm not going to do that anymore. Kill my baby. Alright, I'm going to go back to that. That's the parts of self respect. That's very not respect. I love this movie. It's living a virtue. I'm saying inspired. Airship way. Whatever it's not really curious. But it's not like see the deal in this.
Round three. Man. 9 years ago. That one close I was looking at. Well, we failed it. Ay, ay, ay. What? How come all the other times I used a star for that shortcut, I made it. That time I failed. I don't even know anymore. It's getting pretty hot. It's getting into my nose. The same room. And there's 120 some people or whatever. 130. Big cats of lead. Let's see. Another blue. Uh-oh. Black Dodge and takes the win. You do. But even though I'm not pro playing, I'm not. I haven't played enough to. It doesn't feel like I completely warmed up anyway to play. Not completely yet, but thanks though. And then I do that. Oh, yay. I think we lose, Chad. Versus already. That's for the line. I think that's GG's, Chad. Man. Unless... Nope, we don't make it either. Fucked up so much it didn't matter. I feel so sloppy. I don't even know anymore, man. Maybe on days when I don't feel like I'm just not sharp enough, I guess. I shouldn't play this. I don't feel sharp at all. And it's middle of the day. Noon. I didn't do it. Bro. Oh. Like, I'm not even taking the tightest line ever, bro. Ay, ay, ay. And I'm dealing with that, dude. Oh my god, Chad. I'm thinking about calling it, but it's only 2 hours, bro. Thinking about it. But it's always in the morning, noon. But at night, most of the time, it's like better. When, like, usually with like the good players that are on, at night it'll be better. Nah. I'm just being for real about it because I'm not feeling the sharpest right now. I barely even like play enough of this. I'm fully awake. I know I yawned a few times earlier, but I'm fully awake. I just ate. I'm hydrated. Maybe it's just one of the days that I didn't play, bro. Like yesterday, it was way better. Even though I didn't play as much as I usually do, Not alternating between Pokemon. Uh, Mario Kart, it was cool. Oh, not that bad. But today, fully awake, it's noon. I streamed a little bit later than yesterday. I feel like I don't feel like crap or anything. I feel refreshed, ready to play, but not sure. Oh, there's that. Or I could just switch to Mario Kart World or another game. But I feel like either way during the day, even though there's less people at night, the quality of the rooms I feel like to be are better. During the day, there's more rooms, but there's less good rooms. There's less good rooms, bro. Um, Cameron! Uh, now I just deserve to lose. Fuck. After that. Oh my gosh. I hope Cameron isn't a viewer, bro. It would have been a one-on-one session. A one-on-one talking session, bro. It's just daytime for this game. It just sucks a lot more. Well, for this bond, I don't know how it is in TTPP and worldwide. Yeah. My bad, bro. I'm not that sharp, bro. Bro, my wheelie locked. No way. Oh, oh my god. You know what? So much little stuff. Um, I just have no words anymore. That's on B2. I might as well just get my Wii U, not my Wii U, my Wii HDMI adapter, unplug it, put it into my Switch 2. Ay, 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 bruh. Maybe I could just focus better in a different game. I don't feel like wasting too much time on this. Not much I can control. Not much. Ah, didn't work that time. Well, me too. All right. So not focus enough to get a box. Why not Smash Bros in here? Not cool. I never got TS'd ever. Some which box would it be in? The other day I had it in my hand. That's an Xbox controller. Also, the stuff in my room is like dark. Gameplay. But I need to find the remote, though. On the remote. The controller. Dude, I can't even talk right now, man. I can't even talk. Can't even talk. Then if I can't find it, then probably play like Modern Mario Galaxy or something. But it can't be that far. Can't be that far. My GameCube controller's right here. My VR headset's right there. Not sure.
Okay, what you got to say? Let's no, no. No. I'm sure I'm gonna finish one. It's too good to play. We don't got nothing. We don't got nothing. Get up on that bitch. What's the money there? They can make themselves a little bit better. Oh, get both of you. Oh my gosh. Don't touch these please.
All right. Wasn't there an adapter? No. Oh, I have one, but how did I plug it in before? Is the one thing I'm thinking about. Is a bike. Plug cable. That's for that adapter. I have no clue. Damn it, dude. Oh, I know what I could do. I just thought about it. Silly me. Silly me, bro. Update complete. Dude, I haven't been on my Switch 2 in a minute. I just got a something real quick. The controller was behind my monitor the whole time, by the way. It's been months. Been months. I'm so used to clawing that like I'm using my index finger to move around. Bruh. I think clawing just evolved my fingers, bro. No, but I'm so used to wheeling though. Wheeling doesn't exist. I haven't played this game in months. Now this is a really good room. The last time I played was when a lot of the good players were just on Discord. I need to remember the shortcuts. Dude, I'm so hold on. So they were just in the back. I forgot about that shortcut right there. Fuck, I feel like immense. Yeah, clawing definitely like rearranged my finger placements and everything. Or maybe clawing this way is the way to go. I accidentally. No. Oh, we dodged. Go. Oh, what we lose, bruh. Damn. Gotta let the muscle memory kick in, bruh. I need to get better. Fuck. Shit. That race was overall better out of the rest, but placement wise, terrible. Whistle stop. Can you remember what I need to do? I'm not gonna go for it. More people are doing cat. No way. Uh, must be a different guy. I'm just losing VR at this point. I gotta get my flow again. Dude, I need coins. Somehow I got onto a rail right there. On the ground. I snapped on it. It couldn't let me go on that green rail. Chaco Mountain. What? Even hit me right there. Wow. I guess I'm just gonna bow. I didn't think I was gonna fall for that. Oh no. No. Dude, this sucks, bruh. And then I can't move. Of course, the damn bullet comes through. Now we're just dropping. We were at 87. Now we're at 85. We're dropping to 84. Dude, I'm dropping like so much. Fuck. I forgot the hammers existed in this game, bruh. I forgot they existed. The screen just shook. Boom, 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 boom. Boom, 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 boom. It's coming back to me, though. I almost won a raid. Ah, faraway oasis in this game. Man. No crown. Oh, I thought we were getting crown. No. No crown. Just crown. We'll eventually gain our VR. Not if I do that. I forgot how to do it, bruh. It's been that long. Bro, I got put. Ah. We're dead. We had the golden in the first slide, but we didn't do. I need some work. I need a lot of working to do. I couldn't move. No, no, I went too tight. I lose. I went too tight. Dang, drifting is so different. Coming from Mario Kart Wii back to this, it feels so different. Yo, I just hopped back into Mario Kart World. How's your day going, man? Doing pretty bad, but I'm getting my muscle memory back. That's good. I lost a lot of VR though. Bruh. All the way back down to 83K. This Daisy. Dang, I'm so man. It's alright. How about you if you do stream? The stream it's going okay. Not so good, Brad. Bad. Jinkies! I feel like McQueen in Cars 3, bruh. Can't keep there's always a way. Just for beginners or advanced players. Dude, it's been so long since I played this game. I feel like I'm just in between. Bruh. On the line. Well, for beginners, I'd say get as many coins as you can. Try to get 20 coins back at the start. Uh, I guess time trial the tracks, I guess. Are you new to the game? Dooley? I get pumped off, of course. No, I clicked it. No way. Wow, bro. Nah, as soon as I got it and I saw the bullet, I pressed that as soon as I could. I pressed. I know I did. But I know I did.
Neither of you says it. Round 10, you throw the overhand right through the paint. TKO. Regional champion. 11,000 people standing. Eddie in the corner with tape on his
I
face.
think I got my muscle memory back. Is just knowing what to do on the track, remembering what to do on each track. Now,
The belt is heavier than
is
it looks
all.
on television. This gets its full moment because everything that follows requires that what happened in round 10 was the actual thing. Post-fight X-ray. Hairline fracture, fourth metacarpal. The fracture has widened from damage that was already there. The doctor uses the phrase surgical intervention and keeps talking, and you stop processing because those two words are doing enough work on their own. Your promoter emails at 11:47 p.m. 14 minutes out.
No, but I forgot you can't. It holds it for you. I'll take a. It, Choco Mountain's a hard track to win, brother. It's pretty big. The second half of the track, anything could happen. Ah, one of my beloved tracks in this game too. And we DK Pack. Now, I need to remember the first shortcut. But the first shortcut, you go on the wall. Okay, I remember now. You go wide, you don't go too tight, and then you try to get a lot of air. And then wall ride, and then well, we got something speedway though. Okay, I remember everything for this too. If my charge ship came out. Getting a draft there sucks. What? Nah. Ah. Dude, I'm just doing so bad. We dodged though. Let's go. But still. What? Someone throws a coin shell right there, and it hits me. But yeah, driving. I just need to play more again, but it's just me remembering all the shortcuts, strats. Now, other than that, I'll just get better on my driving like I used to with some time. Cause I do better on this Rainbow Road in this game than we. Well, It's one of my favorite tracks. Well, one of my favorite new tracks in the game. Like Nitro tracks. Nitro as a new track. No. Dude, the track was so dark I couldn't see. I didn't remember Shock making the screen go that dark, bro. I didn't see the green shell. Now that's the first good race. Coming back to the game. Well, no, never mind. Second. The first one I got 6. Oh yeah, great block in this game is my track, but and it's different. Love this track. And we actually got it too. Well, we're only doing one lap of it though.
dude's on the tree, tree. It's still made.
Can't forget about those.
Shut your ball. That was I was thinking, oh no! And we can.
Oh no. Dude, and we're getting. This sucks now. We lose. We get pushed off twice. Fuck. DK Spaceport. DK Bagport. Mm-hmm. No. This track sucks in both Wii and in this game. There's not much you could work with in the track, especially intermissions to the circuit. Oh! Just came out of nowhere. Sam, oh my gosh. Dude, the bullet takes such a tight line. Because they updated the bullets so they're more viable now. You can use them in off roads and tighter lines and everything now. What? That is not out of bounds. Well, we lose. I thought maybe you could do it with a mushroom to get onto that top rail. But I just don't know how I'm supposed to approach it. No. Ah. I at least got to get back to 88k 88k or 8800. So that was where my average was at. Okay, we got 20 coins, a dodge, and a mushroom. Yeah, I'm just gonna get to the front. No. Ah, I know. I forgot how to do the ending rail shortcut. Our first place in Mario Kart World returning, bro. What? PTP. $15. I forgot bombs walk in this game. No. We didn't hit that boost panel, so we got 14. I forgot where to go. Ooh. Okay. Tough. I gotta hurry, bruh. Damn, dude. All the chairs like acorn. Hey. Boo boo. Meadow. So no shot. You want to grab feet. We got something in here now. Mm-mm-mm. Oh, what? That draft kind of pretty bad. What? Okay. No. Dude. How did I overshoot it? I'm gonna turn it. Copyright. The Pumple, how's it going? Are you talking about on Discord? If so, what happened? But you're banned again? Oh. I just hopped back on Mario Kart Wii. I saw you were streaming on my phone earlier. I feel bad. Hope things get better for you. And for me too, because earlier the last room I was in, oh man, dude. Yeah. Oh no. No.
Is this your toothbrush?
Oh no. Buy a Wii and play some Wii though. Wait, you're permaban? I could play CTGP again. I haven't played on it in a minute though. It's just the VR. You lose so much, especially if you're at the cap. Man, once again, I hope things get better, bro. Or you could get a Wii U too. Just the Wii is cheaper, but you could hook the Wii U. You could hook the Wii U up on what's it called? To more recent Wi-Fi, so you don't have to worry about it. That did not touch me, bro. No, that hit me because I meant to drift, soft drift a little wider. Yeah, that's on me. I'm just not driving. I'm not driving well today, Jeff. Not driving well. Oh, this sucks, bro. Well, I'm gonna do something real quick. Three.
My body.
I don't want to sit down all day long. Just whoa, whoa, whoa. Newbies on it. Just in case if Retro Rewind isn't tripping. Okay, it's actually on. One second. Louis. Dude, my pinky. Oh no, it's my pinky knuckle that hurts. I'm gonna have to get it checked out, bruh. I'm feeling it, bro. Not my ring finger either. My pinky. Like when I close into a fist, I feel pressure. It could be from work though, because I haven't been gaming much. Just working. Just gonna do this real quick. Go to the back. My strategy. We got another bullet though. Fully dodge. But with a bullet, not the greatest thing. Not the greatest. Nah. All right, I was looking at something. Damn, bruh. That for good measures. Dude. I think we lose, bruh. The bullet drops me off. I wish it to drop me off at a tighter line so I could recover. The whole race is just me and bullets, bro. Pretty much. Cause especially from that Wario, I was avoiding the bullet and the Wario. Because of that, I was in the off-road. That slowed me down. Oh my gosh, that banana. No. Hit a box. Bullets being unpredictable. No, I was saying if you're talking about when I was playing a DDR, I didn't say that. Cause I pulled 3 bullets last week. Nah. Why does the bullet should have an extension right there then in DDR? I hopped right there. There's no way. Y'all saw the animation of me hopping, bro. I hopped. That did not touch me. What? Oh my god. Dude. I'm not gonna go for it. We would have gotten third if we did and made it. We would have gotten third. I guess the room is broken. Louis, fix the room. Oh yeah, that's right. I think, if I remember correctly, you could leave when the game is like that. Let's see. Wait. Yeah, you can. They're at the same amount.
Potential six because the whole share is still in it.
Oh, Ohio, how's your day going? I don't think I asked you that yet. If you're still there. Probably gonna time trial or something. Yeah. Look off room. Let's see how fast I can get my mini turbos and stuff. No. That went too wide. I did the same thing again. Yeah. That's on me. That is on me. pretty bad, bro. Fuck, that line needs some work. Man. Dude. I'll fight the chat another time. Doesn't even do that. Not trying to be perfect. Because I don't like this sunset ball thing, but if he doesn't do the shortcut to Ram. Ay, I'll work on this another time though. This one's an easy trophy. Because you didn't do that one shortcut. I'll focus on making a better time another time, I guess. I want to try the willing. Bruh. That was so bad. Got a new PB on this one, even though our trophy got taken away for some reason from the update. They do it non-stop. Hmm. Yummy. Wait, isn't the World Cup thing today? Shoot. Or tomorrow. And I don't know. You know what? Or maybe put this one back on. Uh,
Connected.
oh, my bad.
No, you're good. You're good. Shit. Hey, does your room feel a little bit cooler?
Oh, I feel the cold air coming in from
Does
the
it
doors
feel?
open.
Does it feel a little bit? I just changed out the air filter. So like,
Mm. Well, it feels about the same, but with the door open, it's cooler.
okay.
Yeah. Yeah.
All right. Okay.
Thank you.
I think if you want to, if you want try to connect your controller, I think you need a cord.
Yeah. Oh no, I was just using it for something else.
Okay.
Well, I didn't know it connected to you.
Yeah, you.
Oh, okay.
Okay. All right. Oh, try to reset it though. Little button in the back. That'd be good.
Okay. Please. These batteries are probably overcharged or something. Fuck down. Ay, ay, ay. Whee! Okay. Oh.
Oh, for real? That's what's up. Thank you.
Okay. That's crazy.
Yeah.
Stone Age, bro.
updated, we did my resume, yeah. That's my new update.
No way.
Yeah.
Okay. Max Feather.
Oh no, I ain't expecting all that. Long as the no play thing that they do, thank they take to go, no, that's good. So, if it's a button stand or the pole that needs to be plugged in, that's fine. Get the big, get the big, get the big. Yeah. Yes. Right. It's like, you just went down, she did look. It's okay. It's okay.
Ooh. hope he doesn't have heat proof on that thing, bro. I hope not. Special defense. Wow. Okay. Okay, chat. We're into the last one. Okay. Let's do this, bruh. Go for goes. Go for go. Yeah. Let's go. The Hall of Fame. Mm. Ay. I'm gonna look at the ghost again. Okay. Good logs. At least now I know what to do for this track now. Not like that though. Hmm. So I guess there's two ways to do it. I did it again. I did that, yeah. Not that great. I think I got an idea. Well, I got an idea. Now, here's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna spend on. Come on, fix camera. And if I do it like this, straight ahead. Yeah, I think that looks fine. Okay. Shoot that this on my back, but it's okay. Especially when Ah, the camera's hot as hell. Hmm. So I don't have to. Let's look at this. Put this in place. Or I know it's crooked right now. But I got an idea. Okay. It's cool too. Man, I don't know. Let's see if it's gonna put us in the room again. Okay. Fucked up. But Bruh. Dude, if you get hit once or if you get bumped off the track once, you're already like a half a lap behind, dude. Half a lap behind. I'm feeling a disconnection, bro. I'm feeling a disconnection. I don't know what to do right now, bro. Maybe we're only 7 hours in. I'm not sure if I worth the plan or not, bro. I'm about to live bench attack. Um, it's in 64. Mm, yeah, I don't know. I don't know what to do, bro. So I'm not entirely feeling archery at the moment. Just been thinking. But what game though? What game? Could we just be a fucking on platinum? Well, main game. I didn't play Poppy Playtime. The latest chapter. Only multiverses. I don't know. Something. I don't know what. What else? I don't know where to go. I don't know. It's been a while since I've been on Roblox. The night took so long to fall down. Oh, not fall down. To rise. Oh, okay, I don't know why I can't talk right now, bro. I don't know why. Oh, I'm so bad, bruh. I'm so bad. Hopefully we get a bad after this. Pretty. Oh, wait. I just thought of the music. When did we get a new scooter? I think it's at 90. Door. Can't turn my head. Trim looks fine. Mm-mm-mm-mm. Can't see shit. I can't see shit. Angry monkey. Oh no. It's on my ass, bro. I'm with you. Hee boy. Oh! There's some new vanish. It's dark as hell, bro. Hold on. Hold on. It's hella dark. Oh my gosh. Bro. Let's get back. They're all frozen. And now they're moving. I'm lagging. I think I'm lagging. Everyone's frozen. And you're running in place. Mm. I wonder what they're gonna do with the door. They're just gonna get a new door. And they're gonna stand it together, I guess. It's better than it was before, but body feeling. Canal tour always looking pretty good. This stuff takes so much time, Chad. But to me, it's satisfying. How come that side doesn't have? Hmm. I guess that is the actual paint color it's going to use for that. Uh, hmm. Never removes all of that? That is crazy. Get the ending's almost done. That's so much for wiring, bruh. So much. I wonder if you guys will do this. How does it take a long time? Oh my bad. Fucking audio. Mexican gas. The gas being. my life. And it rolled. Dang. That was 3 days ago.
Hello everyone and welcome to competitive Mario Kart Wii. 12 players of similar skill level vote on one of these formats and battle for MMR. Win and your rank goes up, lose and it goes down. My goal is to maintain my status as Grand Champion of Lounge Solo Queue.
Like, mm, he's gonna use it next. That's just a guess. Yeah. Mm. See, is it gonna be blocked or okay? No, he just went for ultra. Oh wait. Oh, I mean, if it's on YouTube, then we should be fine. Like, oh, ugh. I had a feeling. I'm not gonna say anything. Okay, I had a feeling he was gonna get pulled again. Based off of like how things went after shot too. Not too much is happening. It's a minute. Blue. The daisy's gone. Another blue. That is crazy. But if there's another one, oh man. He gets scarred, bruh. Oh my goodness, that green was kind of close. Shock might happen soon, I think. Blue just happened. Never seen that happen before. Yeah. I thought he was gonna get fourth. I'm gonna watch this race, baby. Dude, the guy, the Daisy and Lass is like way back there. They're catching up now. But dang. Hmm. So far, he's doing pretty good. Never been with Benny before. Frozen made a video.
Hello everybody, my name is Frozen and welcome to the 2026 Mario Kart Wii World Cup. 12 nations around the globe are matched into two groups of 6 where each team plays a single round robin against each other to determine who will be the top 4 teams to move on to the bracket stage of the tournament. In these matches, 5 players
All right.
will go up against each other for 12 races and whichever team scores more points will deny fourth.
I'm left.
I read them half of this. What's the dead? It's them.
Starting out on movie.
You killed Josh.
Hey, make it a bagger.
Oh, I missed first.
Might be on red big.
You have?
Yeah, I'm on mine.
Okay. I'll try.
Yeah, that's bananas. Dennis,
Red start.
got him.
Alright, shot. Oh, yeah, I can get through. Cool.
Almost
I
lost
think
it.
she's streaming. Keep going, man.
Yes, maybe one.
Oh. Holding star. You guys are fine.
Should we
I didn't think it was gonna hit that trick.
have to do endless lap?
Yeah, I'm like almost right there.
We all hit that trick sometimes.
Oh my god.
Every once in a while, I guess.
They're like top 4 now.
Yeah.
I took blue.
Yeah.
Your trims.
Yeah, green tight too.
I press.
We're
Call
probably
now.
gonna do.
See if the
Trims
trip
are on.
runs. Yeah, just calling us out.
Yeah.
I did.
No dodgers.
Oh. Dixon star.
Streaming.
I've shrimp first.
I'm bulleting you.
I can get a late
Right,
one.
ready, man.
I'll be streaming wide. Left.
Yeah. 245.
I read that.
Yeah,
Ready.
Ready to go.
you're going right.
Bring me out.
Yeah.
About representation.
Okay, I can't hit Jake. I've shrimp first. He has red. He has red too.
Sorry.
I can pull man. I hit one of them. I got he has green still.
Yeah.
I'm
Holy shit.
Yeah, I don't know.
That was a pretty good race one.
I don't know. I have to go like super wide.
Closing at 13K too. I leave a line.
Yeah. Third box.
He got
Yeah, server line is gonna be a slow one.
He's DC'd.
Yep.
Fuck. Yeah.
I have reds.
I'm third. I can maybe run. He's at mega.
They're bottom two break.
Right here.
Nana,
Nana. Done.
you're red. I got the shot out of it.
He should.
Bulleting left.
They had a 4-9.
Yeah,
I agree.
Is in Nana up here somewhere?
It's a hybrid. That's because
Yeah.
He's probably back in the too. Green plate.
I'll still take it. Yeah, I still have my star.
I'm getting my
8 hours in,
Yeah.
Star.
beach
Yeah.
chilling.
And then if it's green plate.
Star now, I think.
nice dodge.
They double dodge bottom two.
I can pull
They're
them
getting,
back. Okay.
they're getting 5 sec, or they get 4 or 5 boxes.
I get bottom 2 bucks.
I'm holding blue, holding blue.
Or top two. Or meal stream.
I have it. I have it.
Yeah, I'm gonna be blue him on
And
line.
he's still holding too.
Go me.
We talk here, right?
No.
Yeah.
Activate.
Oh, I got third.
Yeah, 3-4.
Yeah, I didn't want to like
Six.
fully call off the shot and like into it. But
Yeah, no. It's good.
No, that's definitely the goal. I didn't know.
So far, they're doing pretty good.
Maybe on DDR too.
Yeah, it's not. Josh is building up.
Okay, lap 1 is
You got him so nice.
they're all in the front, so
They're just 2.
Literally ever.
he got granted.
I'm off. I'm bottom 2.
I'll be 10.
so not too much.
I'm gonna back right for the.
Yeah.
He's shrooming me off with it.
Yeah, he did.
That's got TC.
Nana's around.
I haven't golden. I'm holding up here. I just picked use an item.
He shroomed. He has 1 more box. I got the game.
He backed up on me.
There's 2 nanas on double. Watch
He
out.
failed. Yeah, he failed.
I'm doing single.
Got on double.
You can box him.
He's just fighting to save.
I got Bill.
Yeah, 1, 3, 4.
I'm not gonna pull it.
I'm shrimp 3.
Yeah, Neil failed. Put it on the circle. You could pull now.
I have a mega. I'll mega out a cut.
Nana land.
There's Nana's wide on double still.
I took
Yeah.
him out. I think they're gone.
Go. Bunch of stuff around.
Nana landing as well.
I can't think of it.
Mega.
You want chocolates, right?
Yeah, shock is better.
Alright. He thinks I have it.
Maybe a nana on double. I can go.
He's doing it with Nanas as well. He fell.
Nice. Am I waiting?
It's simple.
Yeah.
That was pretty clean.
Holy shit. Yo. I almost beat you.
They got bottom 2. I don't think they realized that they could have beat me because I just did something beats.
Going nana.
Trip shrooms. Yeah. They have TC.
He's TC. He's just setting for yeah.
Yeah, that's right here. Can we just block?
Yeah, block and I'll unblock late maybe. Need him. I have triple reds, I'm pulling. Yeah.
Yeah, nana on cut.
I'm building up.
Adding TS to 2.
Big thing outside.
1, 3.
Already looking pretty good.
You call first.
It's cut over.
He dodged now.
No, I'm taking him out.
I'm sitting on ultra with him.
I build him now.
Oh,
I'm on. Wow.
Mid. I'll be one.
Fail. I would have failed too, because I haven't time trial to practice ultra myself in a long time.
Probably just for a minute.
Pretty sure it's been
I have a mega for.
almost a year or a year from now, bro. Since I practiced doing ultra,
I've
making it
Yeah, we can shock to
a quarter of the time, but not all the time. But still, overall, I didn't just go for it a lot in a race.
One of them's on.
Have you shocked?
I'm shocked. Credit. I'll be fine.
I have triple shrooms.
Quick box.
I'll be cutting.
I have a shroom, Brody. I have shroom.
I blew.
We're tough
Oh,
too.
they're top 2.
Dude.
They're bottom.
3-1. Yeah, what's up?
Blue, blue, blue. There's a
I'll
blue.
leave this stuff for you. Okay. Then, ah, fuck. Oh, dude. Blue. Start off.
Wow.
Running spam.
I'm sitting.
I have it. Doesn't matter. 145. Not horrible.
Age are kind of
After pushing me off.
He's on.
squeezed in between there and got second
Yeah.
and third, bro.
Gonna be top 2.
Middle right.
Middle right. Got them both.
No,
Up to break.
Yeah, you guys should be.
I have TC7. Get to them.
Arcsen again. High shot.
Nice.
Up star.
You can
Look
see
on
us
my
this
I
slab.
think in the middle.
Yeah, we see us second. I'll call. You ready? High shot. Dodged on respawn.
There might be a man on the crowd.
I'll be 10.
Yeah, there is. On the right of it.
Mega one. For sure.
The Nana's still there on the ramp next lap.
Nana's gone
Sorry,
on.
you're still 10?
Yeah, I'm still 10.
Nana's gone on cut. He has green behind you.
Yep, Dan, take it.
He's a blue. And inside down. He has red.
Shake now. Well, I don't know.
I'm top. I'll be on. I pushed him off.
Wow.
I got go.
That happens to all of us, bro. House.
I golden died.
This damn button, bro.
There's an air play off. I have it. Good. Hold on.
Nah, I don't think I was past him anyway.
Happens to the best of us.
I predicted it got.
Dude, I last frame dodged on respawn. It was actually fucking hard. I tried draft R5.
Our jungle parkway is gonna be kind of boring. It's similar to Sherbert Land.
I dropped it. I know you shouldn't.
There's a fib wide out of cannon. So, at least I'm pretty.
But I don't like jungle parkway either way.
I've star 6.
They're gonna be 10. They're gonna lose.
The only enticing and interesting part of the track is the bridge.
You guys are barely 10.
They powered.
Got bonus.
Oh, I have.
Charles is gold.
And the track is so grainy and slippery.
Yeah, he's
You sure?
Ooh, fib.
Damn.
Fib wide, I think. Yeah, fib middle.
Yeah. Putting Nana tight in it.
Go with the fib.
They have star in it.
Putting Nana
Tight.
tight after. Yeah, Nana tight after boxes.
Wait, is chocolates?
That's good shit.
Nice.
Oh, man.
They're in mega.
I've sure
Gonna get themselves?
breaking
They're
it.
chocolates.
I'm ready. You guys have
Push Nana's tight.
You want me to pass or should I just take that?
Just take that.
password.
Yeah.
Breaking away.
I shot.
Nice.
Kevin with the
Sorry.
middle of the star. Oh my.
Top 2 breakaway, bro.
Also, do you have any dodges?
I have star 6.
Okay, we're dodging top 2.
I'm chaining here.
I'm safe. I can get 2. Yeah, I'll just top 2.
Yeah.
I'm not
Put
gonna.
on the PC.
Activate. Nana tight.
I also dodged.
Banana.
There's a ground green middle left. Oh.
Yeah, it's like. Yeah.
The top 3 star middle.
And them two are securing it, bro.
Yeah.
I have a mega.
I mean,
Go ball.
I'm gonna put fib left on bridge.
That's
I'm
yours.
not gonna add
An insane pal, bro.
Nana,
I'm fourth. I'm
Fib
mega.
on left.
Blue coming. You're flying spam. Want me spam?
No, no.
it's
No.
stuff left.
Your call fresh. If we get any.
I'm not getting it. They spammed it.
Damn.
I got top 3, so.
Top 3. 206, 160.
One person will the dodge no matter what, and then we skip that. If we
rid of Jake.
All right, map 2 is where it starts to get good, I guess.
Near. I'm fifth.
Cause map 1,
I'm in
Reading
fourth.
Nana.
I have golden pen. I'm getting aethers now.
Up to you.
There's a
Tell me
red
how you
on
like
the
this
ground
chili
after
cheese potato.
airport next lap.
Red back. I'm
There's
going
a
red
nana,
back.
there's a nana last turn kind of. You can go tighter than it, but it's kind of tight.
I have dodge.
Nana's
There's a
right.
bagger by the line if you can hit him.
I'm
I'm
getting
golden
red.
Brody. I'll be
He's
ahead.
driving back.
Okay.
If you can hit him.
I have a star.
Nana
Top
tight.
2 right now. Nana's obvious.
Okay. Top 2 5.
I got it out of him. I got it out of him. I got it out.
I'm chaining Nice.
Red
Yeah,
tighter
bro.
before set.
Nana tight this turn, Brody.
I'm tight. You hit
Turn before cut.
I bombed them as well. They're like all hit.
Yeah, I'm going up. They're bottom
Red,
two.
red.
Shading
in 10.
They cut in.
Picturing up.
I got
Yeah.
throw again.
I'm top 2 4
Top 2 4
5.
5.
Third
Nana.
red.
You could have
You
90.
cut
Nana
in.
obvious in the box. 10 off.
I'm dropping reds wide.
I have
Okay.
dodge again.
Blue.
I'm not pulling.
Uh oh.
I
Hope that
cheated.
doesn't
It's gonna be
hurt
shot.
you. No, it did. I'm so sorry.
I didn't see what happened.
Top 2 4 5.
What happened, bruh?
Third red.
Bagger by the line if you can hit him.
I'm getting red on it, but it's kind of
I
tight.
have dodge. Back. I'm in
Reading
star.
Nana.
I have golden pen.
I'm getting aethers now.
Up to you.
There's a red on the ground after
Nana
airport
tight box.
next lap.
Red back. I'm
There's
going
a
red.
nana, there's a nana last turn kind of. You can go tighter than it, but it's kind of
I
tight.
have dodge. There's a bagger by the line if you can hit him.
I'm
golden
getting
Brody. I'll be
He's
ahead.
driving back.
Oh,
I
bro.
star.
Nana
Top
tight.
2 right now. Nana's obvious.
Okay. Top 2 5.
I got it out of him. I got it out of him. I got it out.
I'm chaining.
Red tighter before set.
Nana tight this turn.
Dang, he got him good.
I bombed them as well. They're like all hit.
Yeah, I'm going up. They're bottom
Red,
two.
come in.
They cut in.
Picturing up.
I got throw again.
I'm top 2 4 5. Third
Nana.
red.
You could have
You
90.
cut
Nana
in.
obvious in the box. 10 off.
I'm dropping reds wide.
I have
Okay.
dodge again. I'm not pulling.
Uh oh.
I
Hope that
cheated.
It's
doesn't
gonna be
hurt
shot.
you. No, it did. I'm so sorry.
Dude, damn.
Threw that shit instead and realized that
I
close.
made a mistake.
Okay, still got
This is unfortunate.
2-3, but damn, dude.
Drafting.
Emil hopped in there. I have a golden.
We have both golden, so.
I'm spamming mine.
Hang Nana tight.
He's green.
I fell.
I'm green. He's.
Holy shit.
Shrooms and Flora.
Picks one item. They're in star. Yeah, starred.
Oh, well, item.
What? I'm one, I guess.
No one's gonna Nana's out. First on that side.
I'm bomb.
It's 135. Can you back tight on?
They're getting too soon.
No.
I'm first or shrink.
They hit Nana.
Nana landing
That's
right
smart.
after the flip trip. It's
We can just dodge in first, I think.
Got a
We're
pal.
holding power right now. Yeah, just dodge in first.
Who am I dodging? Got you. Okay.
Right shock. Stop bottom. Shrooms.
A bomb.
Okay. You can back it.
I'm backing it on Jay.
Up 3. Have shroom as well.
Nana middle obvious. Nana's bottom.
Oh my god, what the fuck?
Nana's gone out.
Oh, I'm crunching one.
I'm leaving the second.
Yeah.
Top 3 again?
You can spend that. I'm crossing.
Dude, I need to be killed. Like, dude.
No. 2.
Don't worry, I was on the left, so you didn't see anything.
Holy moly. GB8? What the? Hold on. I wanna.
Ever since Pokemon Diamond and Pearl, this has been easier
Hold
than
on.
ever thanks to the worldwide.
GBA Online.
But what about games before Diamond and Pearl? Well, those only have local play available. Local play back then would use a physical link cable, or for Fire Red, Leaf Green, and Emerald, a wireless adapter. This was fine when I was, I don't know, in elementary school, and I am even lucky enough right now to have one single person near me who is interested. You can play Pokemon and more online on the actual Game Boy Advanced. I'll also mention I have two
Nah.
versions. The current version and Revision 2, which is not out yet. When I purchased the original version on Etsy, the dev Starlark recognized me and asked if they could throw in the newer version for free to test it before it launches. So
That's
I got it
crazy.
for free. That being said,
Game Boys now.
this
You
video, nor do I get a
can
commission
go
from service or
Wi-Fi.
something like that. I just
Again.
think it's
Man,
cool.
that's crazy, bro.
But you know who I get paid from? Advanced GG. As I said at the start of the video, I'm now partnered with Advanced GG. They sent me a bunch of their products to try, and I actually really liked it. So it's really sweet, coffee in a day, something that you can add.
You're not sponsored by
In
them.
order to set it up, you'll need a link cable, a GB Link device, a Game Boy Advance that has a link cable port, a computer and a browser, and a USB Type-C cable. I would say the link cable is the most finicky part of this, if you could even say that. Basically, you need a link cable that has a ground pin. A generic Game Boy Color cable will work, as it has all 6 pins and works with the Game Boy Advance cable, surprisingly. But if you want to use an official one, make sure it's one of the multi-link cables, like
Thank
this
you.
one, with the cable port in the middle. In addition, if you're using the official multi-link cable, you must connect the wider part of it, which is usually gray, to the Game Boy Advance, and the thinner part to the device. And do this before you plug it into the computer. For the version 1 devices, you want to make sure that the link cable is facing the correct direction, because there's nothing to stop you from plugging it in upside down. You can check a pinout on the board. For me, this is what it looked like plugged in. On the version 2 devices, there's an actual link cable port there, so you can't plug anything in incorrectly. For the rest of the video, I'm going to focus on the version 2 device, since there's no real differences left between the two of them. I don't actually plug the cable in or anything sensitive. So once you've got the link cable and the Game Boy Advance connected, you need to plug a USB Type-C cable into your computer and into the Game Boy link. Once you're all set up, you can turn on the
Wow, bruh.
center upstairs. Now we'll head to the website gblink.io. This website is all you'll need. You don't have to download and install anything, but you will need to apply some add-ons to your browser. I'm using Firefox in this video. On the website, click the USB launcher button, and then scroll to the bottom and click Connect in the device held box. This page will ask you to install a Firefox add-on to allow serial communication from the browser. Then you'll be asked to allow serial port connection. You have to say yes to both of these. From here, if your adapter is not on the latest firmware, it'll ask you to update it. Mine wasn't, and doing so is a very easy process. I click the Reboot Adapter to Update Mode button, and then the GB Link device will show up as a USB device. Download the firmware and drag it into the adapter. Once you do that, you're done and you can click the Disconnect button. And now you're pretty much ready to play games online. Pokemon has 2 different options going on this page, and I'll be focusing on the Gen 3. I had 0 issues with, and it worked immediately. The first way to play Pokemon is exclusive for Gen 3, and it's the Celio Link option. There's a few options within Celio Link, and I'll be showcasing my 2 favorites. And they're pretty self-explanatory. Person online also has the GB Link device. Because this is the link, I'll create a session and send my friend a code. Once we're both in, we'll start and I'll talk to the link cable again. I do a Coliseum battle, and yeah, we're playing. Now, full disclosure, for the purposes of this video, I'm battling and trading myself, but it's on 2 different computers and 2 different rooms in my house. And it is
Ah.
which is kind of funny to think about. But I have done this with real people, and it's really cool, and the experience is not really that different. Anyway, in my experience so far, the connection has been pretty stable and fun to use. I noticed some input lag, but to be honest, the base Pokemon multiplayer experience in Gen 3 already has a bunch of delay, so I'm not sure how much the device is actually adding. Using this, you can play Gen 3 one-on-one normally however you would with your
Hey,
friends.
look at that shiny
Plus,
rage.
links to others, link matches,
That's a
raids,
shiny
trip
trophy.
mixing, even the Battle Frontier. The only thing not supported right now is more than 2 players at a time. So no multi-battles as of this recording. That
being said, I know the team plans to support it at some point, and this would be awesome for me to experience because I don't think I've ever done a 4-player battle. Honestly, this is a dream come true. It is genuinely unbelievable.
I didn't think it was gonna
I
be
didn't even think of is I wish I had
possible,
mods.
bro.
And maybe it'd be nice to have some kind of ladder for battles, but maybe that's just me. I don't know. The other thing I think that's really cool in the Celio link page is the ability to link up with an emulator.
DS, 3DS, now Game Boy.
Real Game Boy Advance locally. I've actually made a few different videos on how to do emulator play online for Gen 3, but the way this website works is so much easier. I would say that video
Man, I know those that
unless you specifically
still
want to
play
policy.
the Gen 3 games now
The emulator
will be
reservation
happy,
online,
bro.
like I said, is
But
pretty
this will
easy.
also
The
make
process, I haven't tried it out with a different person yet, but
the
I know
value on
it's pretty
Game
easy.
Boys go up a little bit.
Celio Link is honestly great, and I'm sure it's only going to improve with time. I can't commend the team enough for this. So if Celio Link can do everything local multiplayer could do for Gen 3 normally, what's this other option for Pokemon? Well, it's for Gens 1 through 3, and it's a trading client by Lorenzo, who made Gen 3 to Gen X a transfer-only tool. It's a client that allows you to trade through a multiverse, and is the only way Gen 1 and Gen 2 are supported for online play at the moment. However, the coolest part for me is the pool trade option, which is basically Wonder Trade for the modern games. So Egglocks or Wonder Trade Gauntlets or Absolblock's Pokemon Wonder Trade Pokedex completion are on the table pretty easily now. That's it for Pokemon, honestly. I wish I had more to say or this was a longer video, but honestly the product is pretty seamless, easy to use, and I would say revolutionary. The biggest downside as a whole is the limited inventory at the moment, where it's just Pokemon kept utilities with this, which would be version 2 of the GB Link device when it launches. Also encourage you to join their Discord or mine, where I'll be looking for Gen 3 battles on legal partners with Pokemon technology, professionals dedicated to this thing, and it's all team content. But thank you for walking through what I did and sharing about that with you.
I'll
Also, a big
subscribe
thank you to the GB Link team
and
and
like.
Mr. Bison for sending me the free version 2. I hope I'm able to get a ton of use out of this. I really, really hope so. I'd love to form a
That's
decent
crazy,
community.
bro. I know DS, oh, it'd be possible, but Game Boy, though, that is something.
The horror of Five Nights at Freddy's is mostly based around one thing: atmosphere.
At
Multiplayer
max
portions of the game
speed,
use slow
maybe for
motion,
that
with the player using
speed.
their cameras to gather limited information about their
Like, how
surroundings.
fast is that?
In the downtime between those camera checks, taking in the quiet, unnerving atmosphere. The atmosphere is unsettling. Individual max mode to see. But even still, I was interested to see how speeding up the game would change things. I'm sure you're all familiar with the concept of movement opportunities by now, but because it's so crucial, like
Oh, I'll just watch it on my own.
Today I swung by the supermarket to hunt for a new pet, and would you believe it? They had live tiger prawns. They were absurdly cute, and the moment felt fated.
Not gonna lie, this is just looking at it,
I am
just
told
making me hungry, bro.
here are the 9 tiger prawns I picked up at the supermarket today.
I love
It's
shrimp.
really bad. This one's legs are hardly moving. What has me worried is that tiger prawns normally put on about another size from here. And young ones
Like,
like
love
these
shrimp.
so fast. I'm going to put these little ones into seawater right away.
Red lobster, that's like the
Temporary
only main
quarantine
thing I
in the
do.
aquarium. Please come back to life. Here you go. Hey, you okay? Hang in there. Come on. Hang on. Ready? Yeah, good. I'll start aeration right away. Will it recover? Honestly, I'm not sure yet. Come Come on, keep fighting. Ah, look, it's getting up. Ah, this little guy might be in trouble. And this one's already lying down. Come on, hang in there. Stand up, Joe. Hey, focus. Fight on, okay? Tiger prawns breathe through gills, and as long as there is moisture around them, they can continue to respire. It wasn't breathing perfectly, but barely managed to stay alive inside the pack there, I'd say. All right, I'll add a few more aeration units to fix the oxygen shortage. Switch on. Legs moving means it's alive, so maybe after an hour or two. Meanwhile, I want to start building the aquarium for these little ones. The tank we're using this time is right here. It's a 60-centimeter aquarium I got on Amazon. Again, COVID. So if you watched the previous video, you know this place was insanely messy, right? I poured my soul into cleaning it up. Actually, I have an older sister called Tiger Prawns can burrow easily. Other minerals essential to crustacean cells. Sequel seawater is sure to use an artificial sea salt base. Check that out. Oh, just like that. Now I'm attached. The filter we're using is this. Switch on! Here we go. I also added an aquarium heater inside this tank. This gives the temperature of 20 to 32 degrees. Because the tiger prawn is most active at temperatures of around 20 degrees Celsius overall, the aquarium heater is essentialized for it. Alright everyone, we're going to put the tiger prawns straight into the tank now. To calm the tiger prawns, I covered them with cloth like this. I still don't even know if the guys inside are alive. They're totally all alive. Amazing! You all good? Everyone seems good. Everyone's bounced back. Good job. I'll move them into the tank. Launch, go! Oh, nice. They went. How is it? They're going. Are all of them managing to get upright? They're trying to burrow into the sand, but it looks like they still don't have much strength, so they're not taking very long. Come on, you got this! Oh, thank goodness. They still are burrowing. They might still not be back to full strength. Maybe the sand doesn't fit them. Today I'll lure them into the finer sand, and once in a while I'll spread finer sand. These little guys are pretty sluggish, but shall we try getting them through? The tiger prawn mainly lives on the ocean's sandy mudseabed, burying itself in sand by day and active during the night. Its diet includes plantain, yes, eating double. Seeing it this way is somehow kind of horrible. Totally creepy. Aha! When you feed ragworm, keep one important thing in mind. They release a neurotoxin called myrmecophos. This component is a pretty potent toxin, even used in organophosphate pesticide. So it's better not to use dead ragworm as bait. Okay, I'll.
I see.
He ate it. The way he eats cracks me up every time. I picked him up from the fish market too, and he's really adorable. He's eating. About this little lobster we adopted in the previous video, when I asked you all to suggest names, you sent in an amazing flood of brilliant ideas, and I'm honestly grateful to everyone. So for this lobster's name, I've decided to name him Lobster. Honestly, I struggled to name him. Sorry. This little guy seriously knows what he's doing. Amazing. Ah, you're still here? Alright, the sand is finally in. Just look over here, guys. Straight on. Right. This little one is cool. He had 9 lives. Much strength to survive. Without any water. The other turban snail had already died, so I want to lovingly raise this one. Now then, everyone, I'd like to ask for their names. I want every tiger prawn to share one single name together. Oh, looks like its lid is open. Turban snails sometimes stay tucked inside for 2 or 3 days right after eating. Once they adjust to this setup, they become super active. Normal water temperatures for keeping turtle snails is also roughly 50 to 25 degrees Celsius. Tiger prawns and turtle snails are the closest. Because tiger prawns are really sensitive to red light. Switch on the red light right now. Most crustaceans react to blue light, but their sensitivity to red light is said to be pretty low overall. This is because red light gets absorbed easily by the blue. So during their evolutionary journey, they apparently just stopped needing to sense red light at all, huh? Alright, if I darken the room completely now and switch on a red light, the situation is pretty much like midnight. Let's observe now.
Hmm. Cool. It's making me hungry more though. Looking at them, bro.
Wait, where are at? There we go. No, not that. Tap. I remember. What happened is what just happened. Okay, no, no. This is not absolving it in any way, because obviously I still tried to play it off, right? What happened was what you just saw. At some point, I remember this. Okay. What happened was, at some point it reset where I got a minigame, then got out of there, and then this is here, right? And what happened was, I played this mode instead of this mode, and beat it, and was genuinely excited about it. That's what happened. And then, when I got to the edit phase, I saw what I had done, and I was so done with the game, I was like, fuck it, I'm just gonna pretend. I remember. That's what happened. I genuinely thought, when I won that, that I actually won this mode. But again, does not absolve it. Does not absolve it in any way. It had actually been 12 hours. It had been 12 hours at that point, and I was so tired, and I was so done, and I was so frustrated that I believe I accidentally tabbed too far, hit this mode, and then played it off like I played this mode, because I was so done. And up until that point, I had gotten to like 4 a.m.
Got
or
the
5
fast bear
a.m.
fever.
I think maybe I had even gotten to like 5 a.m.
Man. I watched some of his stream too.
Basculin is a single-stage water type from Generation 5. It feels very similar to Magikarp because it is littered absolutely everywhere in the game. If you pick up a rod, you're sure to find this fish somewhere. That said, unlike Magikarp, its base stats are actually really decent. 70 HP, 98 speed, 92 attack, 80 special attack, 65 defense, and 55 special defense. Now I think the fact that Basculin is everywhere in the region is actually telling us about its ability, which is adaptability. This has to be one of the best solo running abilities that I have ever come across.
I forgot what it does. It's Parasaglide. That really only affects moves on the Terra type. To the one of its original types, it's fabulous.
It increases the same type attack bonus damage of moves from 1.5 times to 2 times. So any water move that I'm going to use in this playthrough is going to be doing much more damage than I would otherwise expect. In the early game, this is slightly frustrating because we start with Tackle, Water Gun, and Uproar. Water Gun is special, so we do have to utilize our lower attacking stat. Through level up, Basculin gets Headbutt at 7, Bite at 10, Aquajet at 13. That's our first physical water move. Chip Away at 16, Takedown at 20, Crunch at 24, Aquatail at 28. This is a great physical water move, and it's going to be the best one that I pick up during this run.
It sucked that Bastion didn't get an evolution in Black and White, and White 2 and Black 2
Final Gambit at 51,
until like
56. This level up set feels very
4 generations later, bro.
yesterday. And the TM and HM set is also very similar because Basculin doesn't get
'Cause
access
it's
to
a-
very much coverage. With most water
It's
types,
the
you would
main
expect to
fish
get
of the
Ice Beam
region,
and
bro.
Blizzard, but Basculin doesn't.
In
Yes,
universe.
it does learn Ice Beam, but it's a post-game TM, so I am not going to have access to Ice-type damage during this run. Instead, for coverage, Basculin really only has Bite and Crunch. Outside of that, it is going to be relying on water moves and normal. That there is no attack bonus. So my starting water move has an effective power of 80. This, of course, makes N incredibly easy. On Route 2, I decided to skip both of the optional trainers. I just don't need this experience. Bianca, of course, is going to be very simple because her starter is Tepig. Things got about as scary as they could when Basculin was burned, but Water Gun just easily 2-shots, and I guess in this case, I'm thankful that it's dealing special damage. Before fighting Charon, I battled the 2 trainers in the Dream Yard, leveling up to 10 to get access to Bite. Now Basculin has 2 physical moves that have a 30% chance to flinch. I went for Uproar against the Snivy since the differential between my attack and special attack is not very big at this point, and with it I'm able to 2-shot. Never even attack with Bite. Charon's easy, I head to Gym, dispatch all of these trainers, also with great ease. Basculin is just tearing through this section. And I think that Salan is going to be the same despite him having...
Salan.
I think there are 2 different ways to play this fight. Number 1, I can just go for Uproar and put my mind on autopilot and hope I have enough damage. Number 2, I could attempt to flinch the Pansage over and over again with Headbutt. But even if it does attack, it's probably just going to go for workup. And for this reason, I thought that the Uproar strategy was going to be better. It saves a couple frames here and there selecting a move, and I'm not really worried about the Pansage attacking until turn 3. I was correct. This is a fine strategy. I easily defeat his team, level up to 13, and teach Aquajet in the place of Water Gun. Basculin gets a first split of 5 minutes and 51 seconds. It has done very well. Uproar is not quite
I
as
think
effective as
Basculin's gonna
Snivy
struggle
Fist.
in the 4th
It takes
game,
3
bro.
hits to knock it out
The
because
4th
it's holding
game.
power and parry. This allows it to attack twice with Vine-Whip, leaving
Even
Basculin
though
only 11
Zip Striker
but the Purloin that follows is
has
the only thing it could do here to win
Flame
is
Charge
assist
as
on
well.
Vine-Whip, but that doesn't happen.
It's
So
the
if I knock out
Amalgams
Aquajet, I knock it out.
with
Inside
Volt
the
Switch.
Golden City, I grab myself the Mystic Water and then take on him. The fact that I have a physical water move
The other right now, it doesn't look
depth
like.
ability at this point in the game gives Aquajet
Mm.
priority with an effective power of
It doesn't look like
36.
Basculin
This
is
seems pretty
like
broken, but because of the medium fast
too
growth and the
fast.
fact that everything has been easy up until now, I am starting to fall behind in levels. 16 or 17 is really not going to be enough for Lenora. Once I defeated the mandatory trainers inside of the gym, I was level 17.
4th
level
gym
17, I didn't
and
want to backtrack out of the gym and waste time. I think I can knock out the Herdier and at least get experience from it. And every time I'm capable of doing that, I am going to get attack EVs from Lenora, which will be very helpful for Basculin later on. But can Basculin defeat the Herdier?
maybe
In
Drake
It is pretty frustrating here. I have kept Uproar
But-
just so I have a special move, but maybe I should have kept
or
Water Gun
Iris.
for this fight. I'm not really sure. Water Gun's slightly more flexible, just
It's
because
one
it
black,
locks
so-
into its use. I went for it here, and I'm able to knock out the Herdier in 3 turns,
Iris.
successfully gaining my 2 attack EVs. Basculin levels up to 18 over the damage rounding threshold, and then Watchhog comes out. Aquajet doesn't do very much to Watchhog. Looks like it's going to take 5 hits to knock out, and Retaliate one-shots Basculin from full health. Granted, I did have my attack and defense lowered once by Herdier. I came back in thinking it would be easy to knock out her first Pokemon, but in the next battle, the Herdier gets Basculin, this time getting a critical hit with Takedown. This data convinced me that fighting Lenora over and over again was the better choice. I can just barely knock out the Herdier in most cases when it's not getting critical hits. So I farmed EVs here for quite a while until I had 6 blackouts. Things were still not going well, so I decided to go and fight some Audino to level to 21 before coming back to face it. No matter where I decide to train now, it's going to be fairly slow, so I decided to do it here against the Herdier to gauge attack EVs. I am flip-flopping a little bit here. I wasn't exactly sure what the right play was. I got quite close in this fight and nearly knocked in Watchhog, but Lenora saves it with a super potion and defeats Bastion. I didn't end up finding a also just be successful here if, for example, the Watchog misses with Hypnosis. If I wasn't locked into Uproar, I think there would be potential to use Headbutt on one turn against the Watchog early on so that she doesn't use a super potion. But I would have to get a convenient number of turns with Uproar in order to pull that off. With the luck of the draw, I'm able to defeat the Watchog this time after 8 blackouts, and finally I've earned myself the second badge. Basculin's split here is 17 minutes and 47 seconds, which is honestly not that bad. Unfortunately, with one difficult battle behind us, we are not out of the woods yet. Because Bird with his Levani is next. In
Oh
Cascades,
yeah, I
I've
forgot
decided to
about
skip rest. I'm trying to avoid this tier
Bird.
unless I absolutely need it. Also,
Levani,
since Basculin is technically fully evolved, I
Levani.
cannot make use of the Eviolite to boost
It's
my
bug
defenses.
and grass.
There really isn't much to do here other than go into the bug gym and pray. While fighting the trainers here, Basculin levels up to 24 and I teach a crunch in the place of bite. If I need flinches, I can still fall back to headbutt. Okay, let's see how Berg goes. Whirlipede is taking decent damage from Aquajet. It looks like I'm going to two-shot, but then I don't. It survives on a tiny amount of health and he heals it with a Hyper Potion. My next damage roll is not quite as encouraging, but the fourth one does knock out, so it's possible to two-shot. And I'm sure that that possibility is going to become much more of a guarantee at level 25 over the damage rounding threshold.
Levani,
Though,
though,
one I'm really worried about. I went for Headbutt, trying to flinch, but this move is doing very little damage. I tried using Uproar, hopefully for a little bit more damage, but I just get completely destroyed by Razor Leaf. I'm going to take the blackout here, even though it's not really that great against Berg. Let me show you why. The timer's at 23 minutes and 12 seconds when I take the blackout. By the time I get back to Berg, the timer is at 23 minutes and 29 seconds. So if I'm rounding, it takes roughly 20 seconds to go all the way back from the Pokemon Center to Berg's gym and then fight him again. And if I'm only gaining experience from one Pokemon, the Whirlipede, this is not very efficient. I was quite stubborn here, hoping that I would get lucky with Headbutt, but this is not working. I tried to 3 more times against Berg, each time only getting by the Whirlipede. So I think what I need to do now is fight a bunch of trainers in the battle company and level up as much as I can. This brings Basculin up to level 27, one level short of getting access to Aquatail. But that is okay, I can two-shot the Whirlipede now very confidently. And then on the Levani, I start using Crunch. This way I could lower physical defense, and if I do that, I can use a different move like Headbutt. With Crunch, I'm able to 3-shot his ace, and I got very lucky here. Turn 1 Levani misses with String Shot, then I cause a flinch, and after that, finish Berg's ace.
That's crazy.
Levels up to 28, learns Aquatail in place of Aquajet, and I one-shot the Dwebble with it. Bianca, north of the city, has a grass type. It's Pansage. I don't really care. Adaptability, Mystic Water, and Aquatail together have an effective power of 216. Yes, I have a 10% chance to miss. This is the downside of this move. It's kind of frustrating that there isn't really a good physical water move. Aquatail only has a base power of 90. It's not even as good as Surf, but its accuracy is 10% less. I don't understand how this makes sense. To me, it really feels like Game Freak wanted certain types to retain their original type identity. They wanted Pokemon that are water types to continue being special attackers in later generations. And so to make this happen, they didn't provide a lot of physical water moves. This is a similarity between the water type and the electric type. The electric type also has very limited access to same type physical electric moves, as we saw when I played Zebstrika earlier in the year. With Bianca defeated, I went west of her and fought 2 Fishers before coming back and facing Charon. I was slightly scared.
The 5th gym's gonna be easy.
Was going to hit pretty hard against Basculin's low special defense.
I think.
I'm hoping that I can two-shot
Excadrill.
Okay, watch me make the wrong choices here.
6th gym has Swanna,
The correct move. Crunch on turn 2. No,
which
that
is
also not the correct
flying
move. I tried
water.
using Aquatail
Water
here,
flying,
despite being not
so
very effective. It has a higher effective power than both of these moves, and by a significant margin. With
I think it'll still be
Aquatail,
alright.
the Servine, so it's
The
frustrating
7th gym,
as of late, I have been saying this a lot. I wish that I had
Ice.
figured out the next battle, but I didn't. Instead
So
of
it's
Crunch against the Servine, this time
still gonna
instead
be
of using
fine.
that went for growth, so
I
was
think
knocked out in 3 turns, giving me a
that's his name, have
City Pokemon Center
there
with
too.
ITM for return. Now I have a much better physical normal move. I teach this
I don't
as an
remember.
Uproar just in case I need flinches with Headbutt against Elisa. En's
Yeah, it was
is
a P-Max.
bad against Basculin. He's got a ground type, he's got a fire type, and then Scraggy and Sigilif are both 1-hits with Aquatail anyway. But what about Magnolia inside of the gym? She's pretty good, especially when I have to make contact with Aqua Tail. Luckily, I am not paralyzed by static by the first Emolga, and I am one-shotting here. Plus, Basculin's faster than these Pokemon, and it is going to be moving first against all of Elisa's team members, even the Zebstrika.
Okay, that's good. And level
Elisa's
32.
Emolga are much better than Magnolia's, but still with Aqua Tail, I'm able to one-shot them. The second one comes in and then Aqua Tail
Okay.
misses, so I'm hit by Volt Switch, which does half to Basculin. Zebstrika's pulled out into another Aqua Tail, and I one-shot her ace, leaving only one.
Damn.
Static is no longer an issue. I'm faster. The only way I can lose here is missing. I don't, and Basculin secures a win against the Electric type specialist. I'm actually
Hey, Basculin's actually putting in some work.
much more difficult than Elisa. And from here, Basculin is about to start its tear through the mid game. Before that, though, we need to do the most important thing in any solo run. We need to dress our Pokemon up. Unfortunately, Basculin doesn't have any arms. It also can't wear the grass skirt, so I guess I'm just gonna have to go with the black glasses here. That said, they look really good on this grumpy fish. I'm realizing right now that I haven't really talked about Basculin having different forms. There are 3 of them: the red striped form, the blue striped form, and the white striped form. The white striped form was introduced in Legends Arceus, so it isn't available in Generation 5. The difference between the red stripe and the blue stripe form is purely aesthetics. Okay, Charon is next. This time I make the right choice and I choose Aqua Tail against the Servine, and I'm able to two-shot. Basculin doesn't even take a single point of damage during this fight. In Cold Storage, I pick up the TM for Scald. This is a special move, but 80 base power with adaptability is really good, especially when it has a 30% chance to burn. I have some plans for this move in the late game, so I'll talk about it more then. The next gym leader is Clay. I have nothing to say about him. He is so easy for Basculin to manage. I could have taught Scald here just so that
Yeah, no, 5th one's gonna be easy. 6th year,
job done. Surprisingly, Bianca,
I think it would be easy
trainer, I never
to.
expected that I would say that. Hand Sage survives.
It's just wanna.
Due to this, it sets up Leech Seed.
And Pheasant.
One shot the Pignite that follows, I get sapped away at by Leech Seed, and then Musharna, which is very defensive. I fail to knock it out with 2 hits from return, and it puts Basculin to sleep with Hypnosis. Then Leech Seed does its work, and I end up losing. So I had to take a reset here. I saved before the battle. Luckily, I don't lose that much time. While it seems like the same scenario is playing out, Leech Seed and Musharna, it's not actually as bad this time because it doesn't choose to go for Hypnosis. And so without this for it, I was feeling quite confident, but Austin, who was playing alongside me, was a little bit less confident, and Axukarisora, who has very good knowledge of Generation 5, was really not confident about Zekrom at the end of the game. So I decided to play a little bit safer in this section of the game just because of his experience. For Anatot's Scald in the place of Headbutt, I really haven't been using Headbutt for flinches, so I might as well get rid of it. And having a special move that doesn't make contact for the steel types here makes sense. Plus, Scald is great for Boldor, which has Sturdy. If you burn, then you knock it out in 1 turn, but I didn't get.
Oh yeah, Scald's too good. Scald's like
both aren't problems, but the Pharaoh Seed
one of the best, if not the best, water move ever, bro. Until they nerfed it.
This is the first time where I'm really feeling the lack of ice type moves, and it's not going to be the last.
Like the chance of burns are like common, but they're like high.
Isn't great. Being able to two-shot would be fantastic. Or maybe something like Scald will be fine. After all, Fusion Bolt is physical, so if I burn the Zekrom, then it's going to do less damage. Anyways, I'm getting off topic. I'm thinking way too much about the late game. Skyla should be fine. Swoobat is first. Aqua Tail one-shots. Unpheasant comes in next, and it is able to survive a single hit, but it tries to use Razor Wind, so I knock it out for free as well. That leaves only Swanna. Return is able to do significant damage, but I do tank an Air Slash and then knock out her ace. Unlike N, she actually did some damage to Basculin. Okay, what about Charon? He still has a Servine during this fight, so I wasn't really that worried about him. And then I get a critical hit with Aqua Tail and one-shot his ace. Alright, moving on. The next section of the game is pretty simple.
Basculin's level 45 already, bro.
Vanillish, just one-shot with Aqua Tail. Beartic, I was a little bit worried about it using Swagger. But I was right to be worried because Aqua Tail is not able to one-shot. Bryson uses Slash, followed by a Hyper Potion, so he does not have a Swag Bear today, and because of that, I easily finish off his ace, move on to the Cryogonal. It has terrible physical defense, so return 1 hits, and Bryson was just as easy as you would have expected. The gauntlets through the plentiful Plasma Grunts are really easy for Basculin to manage, since it has 4 attacking moves, and none of them are particularly shy on PP. I can go right from Dragon Spiral Tower into Relic Castle without visiting a Pokemon Center. This is a small time save, but it's pretty refreshing because a lot of Pokemon are struggling with PP at this section of the run. Bianca now has a Simi-Sage which follows the Stoutland with Intimidate. I use Scald on her lead to knock it out. This is doing almost enough damage to one hit. I could have replaced Scald with Surf, but I thought that keeping Scald was better since burns are very effective. I just need Basculin to live through a Seed Bomb. It's lucky that Simi-Sage has a physical move instead of a special move. Either way though, I'm pretty sure I would have survived because Seed Bomb didn't do as much damage as I was expecting. I 2-shot, Embor comes in, I miss here taking some damage from Takedown, but Basculin knocks it out and moves on to the final Pokemon, Bianca's true ace, King Sharn. I'm not able to one-shot with Aquatail, so in this case Crunch is the better choice since it is better accuracy. I 2-shot and then head into the Dragon Gym to soak up all of the attacking beams. Speaking of soak, I mentioned the move earlier in the playthrough and I didn't earn it at level 32. I just passed over that entirely. You might be wondering, what is this move? How does it work? Why do I think that it could be useful in the later stages of the game? Well, soak changes the target's type to water. Yes, it is an incredibly weird move, so essentially I can make any enemy Pokemon into a water type whenever I want. What I was thinking is that this could be useful against Zekrom to take away its same type attack bonus when it's using Fusion Bolt. If Basculin can survive Fiction Bolts more easily, then it can heal or rest.
That's smart.
I think Basculin also has a few other options.
The Fusion Bolt is just gonna kill Basculin 100% of the time. It's a really strong, physical, electric move.
Or I could lower defense on turn 1 with Crunch and then do massive damage with Return on turn 2. There are even more options, but they start to get pretty inefficient. I could go all the way and pick up the Waterfall HM and then use this for flinches and additional damage over a Headbutt, but I'm not sure that that's the right choice since it is a significant time commitment. I really just wish this fish got ice-type moves. Other water types in Generation 5 like Frillish, Jellicent, and Alomomola can learn Blizzard, so I'm not really sure why it was taken away from Basculin. I was thinking that maybe it was a design choice around fish Pokemon, so I looked at earlier introductions to the series like Goldeen, but in Generation 5, Goldeen can learn Blizzard. And the lack of ice-type damage is a bit of a problem because Draven is used.
Oh, great. I would take it.
Fracture is first, and I really want to emphasize that I don't have good moves here. Aquatail and Scald are both resisted, Crunch does neutral damage, and Return, while neutral, won't do enough to knock out his Pokemon in one hit. So I think Scald is the best because of the secondary effect. This is the first moment in the playthrough where it feels like not very effective damage just isn't cutting it. Against Charon up until now, I've just been able to steamroll through with Aquatail. I used Scald on the Druddigon to try to avoid going for Return or Aquatail because I didn't want to activate Rough Skin. But then the Druddigon uses Dragon Tail, switching Basculin out, so I have to send it back in. This was all very frustrating. I did eventually make it to the Haxorus, but I'm not able to knock it out on turn, so it pings me down. I'm glad I saved for Drayden because walking through his gym costs roughly 45 seconds. In the second battle, I got luckier with Scald burning the Fracture right away. However, then against Druddigon, it's switching me out with Dragon Tail. I went for one turn of Scald, but I have to go for Return even though it activates Rough Skin. I want to finish this Pokemon as soon as I can. By the way, experience scaling is almost always a bad thing in solo challenges. Because Pidove was drawn into battle, it gains a ridiculous amount of experience and levels up multiple times. This wastes so many frames before the Haxorus finally comes out. My health is high enough that I'm able to two-shot with Return. I think in the future I might have to deposit my HM users with Pokemon that might struggle against Drayden because blacking out here really costs a lot of time, and even losing to him once feels pretty bad because he's typically not strong. This run definitely unlocked a new fear, Dragon Tail. Okay, is Charon's Superior going to be a problem? The answer is no, I can two-shot with Return. I survived Leaf Blade with under half health, but the Liepard and the Simipour I haven't mentioned up until now because they're mostly irrelevant, until the Simipour goes for Scald, deals decent damage, and burns Basculin. Luckily, Basculin is able to survive the status condition damage, and it got the Simipour to
Damn,
health.
that was close.
Debuff on my physical moves doesn't prevent me from knocking out his final Pokemon. This fight definitely got closer than it should have. Okay, I mentioned Shantae.
Scald is just
Today with Basculin,
a
she's
powerful water
Shantae has
movement.
Tailwind, which increases the speed of her Pokemon for 5 turns. I haven't coded around this since I haven't found the Tailwind flag in the battle system in Generation 5, but her Pokemon are faster than Basculin now, despite what my overlay says. This allows the Whimsicott to attack again with Mega Drain, doing half damage to Basculin. Zebstrika hits with Discharge, and I miss an Aquatail. Because of that, Zebstrika hits with Stomp, and I end up losing. Unlike yesterday, I did not save in front of Shanta. I should have. She has a Grass type and no Electric.
Thinking about it, we have a Fire Horse,
Luckily in Generation 5,
Electric Horse,
Roads, so it doesn't end up being a huge time I
A
lost my
water
Mega Drain.
horse.
This time around, I realized
Keldeo.
the Whimsicott actually got a critical hit with Mega Drain last time, and that's why I lost. Without the critical hit and without the
We got a
boost from
ground
Acquatail, I'm
horse.
able to pull through on orange health. I skipped all extra training in Victory Road because with Basculin, I was feeling fairly confident about its
We got a
chances
normal
against
horse.
the full
Arceus is a protect the horse.
I chose to face Chantal first, but right away I discover a problem that I didn't anticipate. Cofagrigus has Mummy, so if I make contact with it using Aquatail, then it takes away adaptability. Now, my overlay doesn't account for this. There are some problems with how I'm managing the ability during battles. Anyways, I have lost the extra damage that adaptability gives, and this really ruins Basculin's chances for the rest of the fight. I struggle to knock out the Cofagrigus, get hit by Will-O-Wisp, and end up losing. Instead of fighting Chantal again, I decided to fight Grimsley next. This is also fairly difficult. I two-shot the Scrafty, but I have my accuracy lowered. Crocodile comes in second with its Intimidate, so my attack stat is messed up. I have to two-shot the following Bisharp, which he heals a little bit before I take it down. And then Liepard, while not very good in most of these solo challenges, is able to leverage the Sand attack from earlier in the battle to slowly chip away at me and knock Basculin out. Right now we're experiencing something that's very typical for single-stage Pokemon. By the time they get to the end of the game, their stats just aren't quite good enough and they begin to struggle. I had one more loss to Grimsley, but I kept fighting him. Eventually I am able to pull through. I was resisting using Rare Candies since I was about to level up before starting the battle with Grimsley. And after defeating him, I have just leveled up to 60. So now is perfect for Candies to bring Basculin all the way up to level 67 before taking on Charmfall. I wanted to keep my current moveset here, but I
67.
quickly realized, no, that's not the right choice. I lost one more time to her, and then I taught Substitute in place of Return. With the defense in place blocking Will-O-Wisp, the Cofagrigus is no longer a problem. Jellicent is second, which could disable Crunch from Cursed Body, but I don't really care since Aquatail or Scald are both incredibly good against the Golurk as well as the Chandelure. Caitlyn is next. Aquatail one-shots for Uniclus. It just barely misses the damage range on the Gothitelle, but she heals it, so I just use Scald and knock it out. I misclicked here using Scald twice. It was supposed to be Scald and then Aquatail. Either way, it's still pretty simple to finish. Crunch one-hits Musharna, and Aquatail takes care of Sigilif. Marshall is typically annoying because of Sock's Sturdy, but Throw also survives a hit from Aquatail and hits with Bulldoze, lowering my speed. Still, Basculin is faster
Wow,
than all of
dude.
his Pokemon. I hit with 2 follow-up Scalds and knock out Throw. Sock is next.
Decently bulky, I guess.
So that I could one turn. Unfortunately, I don't get it, so I have to 2-hit. It doesn't do much damage with Karate Chop. Aquatail just barely doesn't one-hit the Conkeldurr. Alright, these damage ranges are really bad for Basculin. By the time I move on to the Mienshao, I have only orange health left over. Please, Aquatail, just one-shot his final Pokemon. And because Mienshao has lower HP as well as defense, I am able to take care of his ace and squeeze through the Elite Four. But my confidence is definitely shaken. While initially I was stunned by the power of adaptability, Basculin has really fallen.
Zekrom
Right before
is
Zekrom. I went back to the
gonna
Mega
be
Drain, taught Soak
terrifying.
Scald. I wanted to do this before saving in front of N so that then I could switch on Scald to my moveset if I decided that that was the right choice. But I really wanted to see how Soak would do, so let's give it a try. Okay, so what if Soak takes away Zekrom's electric type? Well, it still does more than half with Fusion Bolt on turn 1. I tried this strategy 2 times, and no, it is obviously not going to work. Okay, so how much damage can Basculin do to the legendary Pokemon? Well, not enough, roughly 1/3. I do get a burn, so I reduce the damage from Fusion Bolt, but it still does almost half to Basculin in a single turn. And with a follow-up Aquatail for maximum damage, and the burn damage, Zekrom faints, leaving Basculin on red health for the remainder of the battle, which is unfortunately not enough. While I can one-shot Klinklang as well as Zoroark, there is nothing that I can do against the Caracosta because of Sturdy. I flew back to Driftveil so we can pick up the Shell Bell next, and I think gaining back health during this battle is going to be critical for success. I tried Soak next against the Zekrom, and no, this is definitely not the right choice. I'm not doing damage on turn 1, and even after Soak, the Zekrom does more than half to Basculin, so it's able to two-shot with Fusion Bolt. I blacked out this time so that I can fight N without having to catch Reshiram every time. And speaking of Reshiram, if Basculin was playing in Pokemon White, this would be very easy. You would have to go up against a Fire-type legendary rather than an Electric-type legendary. This is one of the downsides of me being stubborn and deciding to only play the same game. I have been loving Generation 5 so much though, I think I'm going to come back and do all of these runs again in Pokemon White, even with Evolution. I just really want to see how they all compare, and I want to play Zekrom, and then I can't knock it out even if I follow up with Aquitail. N is going to be the full restore, and then things fall apart for Basculin. I want to emphasize that Scald has a 30% chance to burn because I failed to burn the Zekrom a ridiculous number of times. Between reset 11 and reset 29, I only burnt the Zekrom 2 times. You need to really watch it.
Dang, dude.
Turn 1, I do almost nothing with Scald, and it doesn't burn. Zekrom goes for Fusion Bolt and deals massive damage, bringing Basculin to red health. This seems like it's a loss, but it isn't, because since I'm on low health, Zekrom sees that it can knock me out with Zen Headbutt. It then misses with this move and gives Basculin the knockout on the next 2 turns. Aquitail one-shots Kling Clang and Zoroark, gaining back health with the Shell Bell, leaving Basculin with 86 hit points by the time Caracosta comes in. Aquitail brings it to red health. I survive the Stone Edge with 29 hit points and knock it out. Archeops and Vanilluxe are both one-shots, so finally I have defeated N. Before we move on to Getsis, I want to talk
That
about
took a lot of
Basculin
effort,
playing
bro.
this run at the same time I was. We've been doing these over voice chat on Discord.
Caracosta,
Really fun to do this
Zekrom.
alongside someone else. I don't always mention who Austin is, and some of you might be unfamiliar with him. He isn't a YouTuber, he doesn't make content. He's just one of the members of the community that I noticed a while ago started putting out really good runs, and then I'm like, I gotta pay attention to this guy and learn a thing or two. And now we play these runs side by side, which really has been helping to accelerate my learning in Generation 5. He's playing with slightly different rules because he allows himself to set his nature at the beginning of the run. I'm not allowing myself that in this first attempt series. So for his Basculin, he had an attack boosting nature against the Zekrom. He also went back, picked up the Silk Scarf as well as the Protect TM. Turn 1 Protect blocks the use of Fusion Bolt. Then Zekrom uses Light Screen on turn 2, and following that with the Silk Scarf in return, he can 2-shot. His strategy against N is so much better, and I think I should have gone for it even if I didn't have an attack boosting nature. At level 70 against N, I would have had a 64.5% chance to 2-shot the Zekrom, which would have been better than what I was trying to do here with Scald. Okay, let's move on to Getsis. I kept Substitute, so I thought this fight was going to be fine. I was wrong. I knocked out the Coppergregas, had to 2-shot the Boufflant, had my Substitute broken, so I tried to re-establish it.
I break
The
on.
whole idea, the Boufflant just keeps breaking it. Then Electros comes in. I don't have a Substitute. This is why I was trying to get it back up, and because of that, Getsis finishes me. So I took a blackout here.
Wild
and went back and
charge,
fought
too.
again. The solution is just don't re-establish the Substitute on the Boufflant so that I have enough health to survive whatever Electros throws at me. The battle doesn't get much easier from here because I have to survive a hit from Hydreigon. It chooses Dragon Pulse, and Basculin lives on 23 hit points. Can I knock out Seismitoad and Bisharp in one hit? I wasn't sure. Aquitail is able to get the job done on the Seismitoad, but Bisharp
That's
survives
actually pretty
Aquitail and uses Night Slash. Basculin survives on red health and finishes the game. It gets a real time of 1 hour, 33 minutes, and 35 seconds with 29 resets.
Dude, not gonna lie, Basculin's actually pretty good.
26 minutes. I think Basculin has the chance of being much better if I replayed it, just having a different strategy for N. I started fighting him just after 1
That's
hour,
crazy,
30 minutes,
dude.
and 30 seconds.
I always avoided Basculin on my playthroughs in black, white, white 2, black 2. Dang, dude. It's actually pretty good. Hmm. Is this the same video? Hold on. I don't remember. There was a video that was like this, but the case I think was red or purple. I don't remember it being the Pikachu.
Electric screwdriver kit and a tiny magnetizer. This is a great kit to start out with, or if you want to upgrade to electric screwdriver. You can get an extra discount from U1 Max with code ODD1Max and from their B10 Pro Max air blower, which I will use later in the video with code ODDB10 here. Go check these and many other fan
Oh,
controllers
wait.
out.
Connected. I haven't held a PS3 controller in, I think, a decade now. We have like knockoff PS2 controllers and a blue PS2 controller with evidently broke. The casing broke, and the triggers gotten like too stiff, and then it broke, bro, from inside out. I pressed it, not too hard, and then it just cracked, broke. Not like a simple crack though. Trying to remember when we had our PS3 over. I think it was 2010. No, no, it was like 12, 12, 13. We gotten a used one from one arcade game in place. We got it. Why does it look like that at the bottom? When I open my GameCube controller, it doesn't look like that. From the sticks. When I was playing Smash Bros. A lot. Or maybe they do it like that. Just it all started with watching DS repair videos into like into cars and to a whole bunch of other stuff just to buy time. It's like there's nothing else I need to do. Oh, whew. Then looking at the four uh like the numbers and then like the squares where the LEDs light up. There's like numbers, just looking at the board. Many members. Yeah, it'll flash like that, bro. Good memories. Oh, we seen that one. This was the fun. Nah.
One in 8192, the original shiny odds for the Pokemon franchise. I've been shiny hunting for years on this channel and have never tackled a full odd shiny challenge before. Boo! He sucks. This guy's a fraud. Where's your ukulele? But that
The last shiny I got was shiny Yveltal. I made a YouTube video on shiny Yveltal.
today, thanks to the Pokemon Company releasing Fire Red and Leaf Green on the Switch after the 30th anniversary presents, I can finally shiny hunt in these games.
I thought that shiny Yveltal, you can't get it legit, and you could in Ultra Sun.
After trying to touch some grass, Professor Oak drags us back into the lab to pick up our starter Pokemon. And of course, I chose Best Boy Bulbasaur, my
Or the
favorite
Ultra
starter
View.
Pokemon.
Well,
But not just
wait.
any Bulbasaur, shiny Bulbasaur. But in order to get shiny Bulbasaur, I will have to reset my game in front of its Pokeball over and over again until it's shiny. Luckily, if you press X, Y, A, and B at the same time on your Switch Joy-Con, you can do a faster reset, or soft reset as we all call it, thus saving you a lot of time. Oh, and I'll be playing on 2 games this entire playthrough to help me get more encounters. And I don't know what I ate for breakfast that day, but clearly it brought in some insane luck, because after only 2 hours of the games being released on the Switch, this happened. Oh! Oh my god!
Dude.
Oh my god!
I never gotten a Chinese starter before. Like, just from like soft, like just sitting, doing like the whole little process at the beginning, and then
340. Oh my god, he's home! Bulbasaur! Naive Nature 2!
yeah,
This is on my, what's it called? OLED. It's on my OLED, not my Switch 2. That was...
it just takes so long.
Nasty wants to battle. And of course he's bringing Charmander. Crazy. Dude, the sparkle! Wait, I have no sound on, I just realized. Oh my gosh. Alright, Charmander, you're going down. If I die here, I'm gonna have a generational aura loss. We gotta win. Easy for the boy, man. Easy for the boy. 69 EXP. Nice. We started this run with some insane luck. Surely that doesn't come back to bite me in the butt later. With Bulbasaur safely in our party, we make our way to the Viridian Pokemark to obtain Oak's parcel. And once we deliver it back to Oak, he then gives us a Pokédex. How nice of him. Also, can I say that playing 2 games at once was insane overstimulation? So I made sure to play 1 game at a time later on when I was doing anything related to story. After this, we make our way through Viridian Forest and walk straight to Pewter City Gym, where we have to take down Brock and his rock-type Pokemon. There was only 1 trainer between us and Brock, and Bulbasaur is the perfect matchup against his Geodude and Sandshrew. Brock leads off with his own Geodude. I set up a Leech Seed for some residual healing, and Vine Whip is able to one-hit KO next turn. Brock then sends out his Ace Onyx, and Vine
Oh,
Whip
you're playing Fire Red.
is able to KO it in 1 hit. Bulbasaur is so good early in this game, and is proving it already in the first gym. And with this, we obtain the Boulder Badge from Brock. Yes! Bulbasaur's evolving. There's no audio right now. I gotta fix it for next stream, but...
I like this shiny though.
Here we go. Shiny Bulbasaur into Ivysaur. Ooh, that yellow looks nice.
I like it. The eye,
After evolving our Bulbasaur, we headed east towards Route 300.
the roads.
Nidoran Male. Now, Nidoran Male has a 14% encounter rate in this patch of grass, but only in Fire Red. In Leaf Green, it has a whopping 1% encounter rate. And since I'm playing on 1 Fire Red and 1 Leaf Green file, the odds of encountering the shiny are really, really low. But I powered through, and this is where full odds hunting really tests your patience. No way! Shiny Nidoran, bro! Oh my god!
Bruh.
No freaking way! Bro! 80 odds for the tournament. Wait! Oh my gosh!
Not gonna lie, I would have forgot which color shiny Nidoran, male and female, but they're opposite colors. So.
I don't know how to feel. Oh my god, I went over odds for this. But you know what?
Play Encanto in a minute.
Is what it is. Okay, I'll just catch it, dude. You have 20 Pokeballs. First throw. Please stay in. Okay. We got it.
Again, Nidoking.
Only took 1 ball.
Nido Queen.
Wow, that's my second.
It's a good Pokemon though.
22 shiny in Fire Red Leaf Green.
I heard Nidoking,
Wow.
other than legendary birds and YouTube, it's like that's a really solid Pokemon.
And Ronran is okay. Lax, shiny Nidoran. Wait, I can't wait to see the sparkles in game. Okay, regular Jigglypuff and oh wait, the sparkle sound hits different, dude. It hits different. It's so clean.
It's different every single time.
Mention that the shiny only run is a Dream Team quest, or 85% back to it with Razor Leaf. Knowing she will potion up, I click Vine Whip so I don't risk missing Razor Leaf. She then goes for Swift again, which I'm able to tank and retaliate back decimated. It also helps that under us to a battle before we can obtain it. Been playing the game with my start right in this game yet. Whoa.
Jeez.
Freaking good. I then make my way through Diglett Tunnel and pick up Flash along the way. There's only one name for this. Pokemon Winds and Waves was announced that day, so Weewa. Weewa the shiny Venusaur. Nice. After this, I headed west towards Celadon City, where we can finally shiny out another dream team.
Speaking of
Remember how I
them
fought
games, the
for money
next
earlier?
Pokemon
This
game's
is
coming
gambling
out.
all away in the casino, baby. Go big or
It's
go home.
already
No,
gonna
not just
be
any gambling. Gambling
August.
for shiny Dratini. The journey from like the third gym to Celadon was quite rough, but we are here. This should be a lot. 360,000. That should be enough to max the game corner. Oh, we need a coin case? Where did I get the coin case? There we go. Exchange Dratini. And now, the first 3 checks. 3 Dratini. First one, not shiny. Second one, not shiny. And third one, no. So this begins the official Dratini hunt. Nidoran took me over odds, so knock on wood, this next one will be under odds. Dratini is priced differently in Fire Red and
I had a
Leaf. It's
competitive
actually
shiny
cheaper in Fire Red, costing the player only 2,800 coins. In
shiny
Leaf Green, it
Dragonite.
costs the player 4,600 coins. Normally this wouldn't be an issue, but your coin back caps at 9,999 coins. So you can buy up to
Yeah,
2
Dragon
Pokemon free in
Dance.
Fire Red. But 5 encounters is still
Dragon
pretty good.
Dance,
Considering I
outrage.
got lucky with my starter and an over odds face for Nidoran, you would think I would get a shiny somewhere in the middle, you know, 3 to 4,000 encounters. Dratini.
I forgot the other one. But
Please, bro, please. Okay, first 2, no. No, chat. Reset mental. We're getting it under 11,000. Okay, chat? Now, from here on out, chat, every hunt will be under odds. Mark my words. Clip it and ship it. No, chat. No, because what do you mean I'm officially over double odds? Nah, because, hold up, let me stand up. No. It is not over yet, chat. Okay, did Supreme Arcanines quit when he went 70,000 for Registeel?
oh, I remember that.
Okay?
Dude.
A-Drive quit
Man,
800 in the
I know I wouldn't
layout.
quit for getting the shiny Pokemon I ever wanted.
When he did 2 resets for Bulbasaur,
But dude,
but, you know, he's not really trying to. So, we break past
alright.
these hardships. These
That's
make us
a
stronger.
lot of soft
Okay,
resets, bro.
we will get the shiny. And finally, on March 15th, 2026, after 11 days of hunting, it finally
Like
happened.
the odds of that being like way over double odds.
Let's go!
No.
Oh my god,
It-
let's go!
It's so rare, bro.
Dude, no! Oh, I unplugged my freaking headphones! I didn't hear anything! Let's freaking go!
No way. What?
Oh my god, we did it! We did it!
19,000.
Oh my god, the longest hunt ever is officially over. Good thing I kept going, man. There it is, chat. Rash Nature! That is plus special attack! Regular Pidgey. Oh, the sparkle, man! Lead! Shiny Dratini.
Mega shiny Dragonite
We did it, chat.
is alright.
We did it. Alright. Will never got me. This was a name I had in mind from the very beginning. Equipped with our brand new team member, I made my way towards Celadon Gym, where we run into a creepy old man. Seriously, get this guy. While battling the gym trainers inside, we're able to level up our Dratini and evolve it to Dragonair. Bro, this shiny is so good. The sprite, man. After beating all the trainers, we finally begin our battle with Erica. She leads off with Victory Bell. I swap into my Venusaur as she misses a stun spore. I choose to go for a secret power as she misses yet another stun spore. One more secret power is able to paralyze it, and she can't land a single move, which is hilarious. She's finally able to land a stun spore and paralyze me, which is annoying. But the next turn I kill her with one more secret power.
Victory Bell.
And she ingrains while I throw off yet another secret power. Secret power leaves it in the red and paralyzes it. What a scuffed battle. Miss Dead Mother Spirit and give. If not, then soft reset your game and repeat.
Lapras? That shiny's pretty good. The purple. Even though purple's not.
I upload a video once per year.
How about that? I would like. I think a shiny fits it pretty well.
Oh my god! Let's go! I just had it threaded into 1 upload per year. No way that worked. The 1 upload per. Yo, Fire Red locked in. Finally, it's what it do.
It's modest as well.
No way, dude. It's freaking
Damn.
modest. It's
That's a
real.
good nature for it, too.
He's gorgeous, chat. Looks incredible. Oh my god,
Modest.
chat.
A lot
Congrats.
for it.
Thank you. Okay, here we go. Here we got a random Meowth and Lapras. Look at that back sprite. 4-7 defense. Ouch. Okay, but the speed is good. Nessie. Okay. There we go, man. 6,154 encounters. Welcome to the squad. We did it.
This gym is called my Nessie's, which gets NPC. We teach Lapras Surf, which we need access to for our next hunt. The reporters and challenger to a battle. Sabrina leads off with a and I lead off with Nessie. Surf is able to one-hit KO Kadabra, which is insane. Surf is so strong in this game. Mr. Mime also dies to one-hit from a Surf. She has a Venomoth for some reason, so Psychic is able to destroy it. And last but not least, her ace Alakazam, which takes like 95% from a Surf and goes for Calm Mind. Sabrina heals it back to full, but Surf is still a clean 2-hit KO even after the special defense boost. Lapras has been putting in work ever since I got him, and thanks to him, we're able to obtain the Marsh badge. There's no fast moving teleports at the beginning of this gym, so after struggling a bit, I just use an escape rope to get out. We can now use Surf outside of battle, so we can access the power plant now. And you know what that means. Zapdos. You may be wondering why Zapdos is
I shiny hunt that thing. I forgot how many soft resets it took me.
pretty bad, especially in modern gens. Well, I just like Zapdos. He's probably my second favorite Kantomon, and I'm representing Team Instinct in Pokemon Go. So despite the
Same here.
shiny, I'm going for him.
Yeah, I haven't played Pokemon Go in a minute.
And all the Zapdos glaze clearly work.
I'd say like
Incredibly under odds.
So we'll see. Will we get a, is that shiny? Is that shiny? Is that shiny?
a year and a half ago
No way!
when I last played it. Before that, I haven't played Pokemon Go since like when it was brand new.
My god. Okay, this is on the
Like the first week.
So let me take a look. We have 66 Ultra Balls and 1 Master Ball. Okay, finally. It's asleep. We're gonna try a couple Ultra Balls. And if we have to, we're gonna Master Ball it. So Secret Power shouldn't kill even with a crit. Shouldn't kill even. Okay, yeah, we can afford to do a couple of those. To sleep in the yellow. Let's try an Ultra Ball. Let's try. One shake. Stay in. Oh, come on. Come on. 1, 2. Oh! Dude, it's that easy, chat. It is that freaking easy. Dang! Who said throw a Master Ball right away? Who did it? You guys have no faith. That is what it's all about, man. Rare Pokemon. I had my leftover orange chicken for breakfast today. Is that really what summoned the shiny? Yo, Lefty's kind of cold, no? We're getting modest again. Watch this. Quirked up. We got a Sea Shrubbish and Lefty's the shiny Zapdos. Is this real? Is this real life?
So far, the majority of my hunts have been static encounters. Bulbasaur, Dratini, and Lapras are all fixed in their respective locations. So I knew that when I was going to get the shiny, it was going to be my target. If only there was a way to get
Vulpix.
mail line. Well, what if I told you there was? But it's going to be absolutely soul-crushing if it doesn't work out. Let's just get right to the chase. Nidorino has a 100% spawn rate in Fire Red with a level 29 Repel Trick, but it has to be in the East Safari Zone area. You heard that right, Safari Zone. The area where no catch is guaranteed. Since I'm playing on 1 Fire Red and 1 Leaf Green Fire...
Dude, I'd be mad as hell if I had a shiny up here and it's a rare encounter and it's shiny and then it runs away, bruh. I'd be mad as hell. Like, if it was a shiny Chansey in there, and it ran away, oh my gosh, dude. With a lucky egg, too.
31 and level 29 Illuminate Staryu, which took quite a bit to get because I kept getting natural cure Staryu. Illuminate is important because it allows us to
This would be pretty
especially
low.
because Repel Trick removes a lot of the spawns. Then I made sure I had a decent amount of max repels. From there, I saved right before entering in the Safari Zone. So if I ever run out of repels, I can just reset my game and try again. I fully expected this hunt to take a long time, but nothing could prepare me for what happened next.
Shiny Nido King is cool though.
Blue Nidorino. Oh my god. Oh my god. We gotta catch it. We gotta freaking catch it. Holy shit. Oh my god. Okay, let me lock in.
The blue
Why am I scared? Why am I shaking?
is clean
No, Fire Red
on
once
Nido
again,
King.
dude. Shout out Fire Red. Please, bro. This is it. One. No. Yo, this is bad for
Dude,
my
if
heart.
it
This is bad for my heart.
if it was me and it ran away,
Please stay the ball, please.
boom.
Oh my god. Oh, I can't do this, chat. I can't do this. Come on. One, two, please. Let's go. Let's go. Let's freaking go, chat. It broke out twice. I was so scared. We risked it for the biscuit and we won. Shout out Gojo. Nah, I'd win. We won that baby, and I'm immediately saving. Oh, nope, I'm getting out. Get me out. Get me out!
And what is the lesson from all this? Don't gamble, kids.
I will guess Jolly Nature. Jolly Gojo, and
Adamant.
I'm the prophet. I'm the freaking prophet.
Well,
There's no way. What the?
what are the odds? 2 Pokemon. Well, just one that got it a really good nature. It's supposed to be Lapras. Hold on 1 second.
Being released, we have 5 chat. 5 of our team members. Bro, Shiny Dragonair, Shiny Lapras, Shiny Venusaur, Shiny Zapdos, and now Shiny Safari Nidorino.
Nido. Nido King. Look at that blue.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. That's really clean chat. One more encounter. We got a regular hero. And Gojo.
Damn.
Damn, okay. He's hitting the. Oh man, I nearly popped a vein while catching this guy. I was so stressed. One more team member left. Ninetales. Vulpix is a Leaf Green exclusive Pokemon, so I started up a new Leaf Green file on my other Switch to dual hunt it. Now I have 2 options to catch a shiny Vulpix. I can either hunt it on Route 8 where it has a 20% encounter rate, or I can go to the Pokemon Mansion on Cinnabar Island where I can use a level 30 Repel trick, increasing its base 15% spawn rate to 25%. Now, 20 versus a 25% difference isn't that much, but any percentage helps when it comes to shiny hunting, so Pokemon Mansion it is. So I flew to Pallet Town and surfed my way down to Cinnabar Island. It was the final Pokemon that I needed, so to celebrate, I tried to do a 24-hour stream. And during this stream, well, you'll see.
I done that before. A few times. 24 hours.
No. No way. No. No. 88, 34. Well.
Congrats, and I'm sorry for that.
We phase chat. Phase 1 for Shiny Vulpix. 8,834 for Shiny Rat. Okay, I did say I needed this for my living decks, but like, damn, bro, that could have been the Vulpix. For context, I'm doing a 24-hour stream right now, and I'm currently 9 hours deep, and I'm very tired. So if I didn't freak out, that's why. Yeah, we're nonchalant right now. Pokeball, go! Ah, dude, no. Okay, Hyper Fang. Spark shouldn't kill, right? It shouldn't. Okay, we can do 2.
Trying to eradicate like, nah.
Don't crit. Ooh, and I paralyzed him. I want to use Ultra Ball. Stay in. 1, 2, 3.
I never used eradicate for a playthrough before.
Alright, phase 1. Low key, I like Pip. I like the way Pip sounds. Alright, Matt gets his relaxed. Fib.
Wait, what? Wait, that's what I named my Napoleon. Pip. Bro. What are the odds? I'm watching this video. A shiny eradicate. Naming it Pip. And me started my playthrough in Platinum the other day. And I named Piplup Pip. That's crazy.
And Pip is... okay, calm, like my reaction to it. Okay, we got regular Eradicate and Pip the shiny Eradicate. Okay, you can actually tell. It does look good. I'm not upset. I will be upset though if I get a second one. I went over odds to phase on Eradicate, which was kind of rough. So surely this next shiny will be under odds to balance it out, right? Oh, that's rough, buddy. Okay, over 10,000 again. But overall, it wouldn't be that bad if I got Vulpix right here and right now. I still do my dailies every day, but I don't...
A shiny Grimer.
Oh my god, we finally got a shiny. But it's the wrong one, dude. 11,514. My god. Alright, fine. I'll throw an Ultra Ball. I'll throw one. One shake. 2. Oh. Oh, wow. Okay, well, we didn't even need to put it to sleep. Hey, this is my first ever shiny Grimer, by the way. I never caught one of these in Scarvi, so bang! Boom!
I have a shiny Grimer.
One name for this. You know the
It
worst
was
part about this
in
chat is
Pokemon
my repels. Uppies, the shiny
Wide.
Grimer. I will guess adamant nature for this shiny Grimer. And Uppies is
Finfish.
not bad. Impish? Dang, bro. He stinks. He got the stench ability. Ew. Hey, look. We have a regular Uppies and shiny Uppies. This will be going in my shiny living decks as a Grimer. Oh, by the way, this is like the 3rd week of hunting for Vulpix. 3rd week, 2nd shiny. And later that same day, as I was hunting off stream watching YouTube, it all finally fell into place.
I actually got it.
Oh my gosh, I got it.
Man, they messed up shiny Ninetales
Oh my gosh.
sprite
The video, no way.
over the year. Gen 3, it looks good. Gen 4, it looks good. Gen 5, it's okay. Then Gen 6 and onward, it's like watered down, desaturated. It's not the same.
My hair's still wet from the shower, bro. Like, I'm with Sea Shrubs and Mats. I will link their channels in the video description, bro. Oh my god. I know.
Yeah, actually. Oh my god.
Yes!
Let's go.
Pokeball, baby! Oh my god! Finally, bro. Look at that, dude!
That's insane.
Let's freaking go, man. I'm guessing modest. Give me modest, bro. Oh. Minus special attack. Okay,
Oh.
well, physical Vulpix. Let's go. I can't complain, bro. I can't complain. No, I gotta save my game. Here we got a regular buck and ooh, the sparkles down too. Dude, the sprite in this game is so clean. So cute. He's so cute, man.
I'll do like, can y'all? Whatever.
That looks so clean. That looks really good.
Dude, the silver with the red eyes? Are you kidding me?
Oh, that's so clean, man.
Like, yo, this is exactly why I suffered to get this. Like, this is so worth it. Are you kidding me? Now, Sprout. And dude, that back sprite is insane too. Adding up all the phases, this shiny Vulpix took me a total of 20,516 encounters, which is insane, but it's so cool how I started and ended this quest with really quick shinies. So now it's time to finally beat the game. After getting the secret key from the mansion, we can finally unlock Blaine's gym. Who the heck leaves a key in an abandoned mansion anyways? Blaine leads off with Growlithe as I send out my Gojo. I'm intimidated, so I swap into Nessie, who is able to KO it with Surf. Out comes Ponyta as I send out my Gojo again, and 2 horn attacks is enough to KO it, though I'm still waiting on my strong ground type stab move, which will come later. I stay in against Rapidash and go for another horn attack, which looks like a solid 2-hit KO. But I get a super low roll in the
I
next
struggled
turn,
against his draft
and he's
a
able to
little
knock me out with
bit.
Fire Blast. So I send back out Nessie, who is once again able to one-shot it with Surf.
Rapidash is pretty fast. Not like insanely fast, like Weavile, but it's pretty fast.
It's time for the final hurdle before we take on the league, and that is beating Viridian Gym's leader, Giovanni. He leads off with Rhyhorn, and I send out my Weewa. Weewa is able to cleanly one-shot it with a Giga Drain. By the way, I regret teaching Venusaur this move because it only has 5 PP in this gen, so I'm always running out of it. Out comes a trio, which Nessie is quickly able to take care of. He sends out his second Rhyhorn, and 2 Twisters from Gummy is able to handle it. Nidoking comes out next, but sadly nothing can guard Nessie's Surf. He's an absolute one-hit KO machine right now. And last but not least, he sends out Nidoking. So I try to go band for band and beat it with my own. But sadly, his knows Earthquake and mine doesn't. So I got out of there and finished the battle with my Lapras. Nidoking goes down and we finally receive our 8th and final gym badge, the Earth badge. But the big thing I was after was a TM for Earthquake, which we're able to teach to Gojo. I then traverse my way through Victory Road and make it all the way to the Indigo Plateau. But before we tackle the league, I go rare candy grinding so we can finally evolve our Gummy to Dragonite. Sheesh.
Like the green's alright.
Shrek! Welcome to the squad, Shrek. Presenting The final shiny dream team before we beat the league. Up first, we have shiny Dragonite. 19,209 encounters. Rash nature.
Right, Dragonite was blue?
20,000 encounters, 2 phases. And I got it on the 3rd phase, 168 encounters. Insane.
Like, you know, making the opposite.
Lefties. Insane.
Oh.
I mean, the shiny isn't the greatest, let's be honest. But I love
Because if you evolve, no, like Dratini and Dragonair are blue. Shiny Dragonite would be cool with blue.
Shiny Venusaur, my starter, Weewa. Shout out to Pokemon Presents. 227. That's when I got this guy. 227. 2 hours after the game's dropped on the Switch. One of the luckiest things about this hunt is this shiny Nidoking that I got in the Safari Zone after only 1,100-ish encounters. And it stayed in the ball too. And how could I forget the best nature, modest shiny Lapras after about 6,000-ish encounters for this guy in the Sylph Cove. W Squad or what, chat? W Squad? It's go time. The first Elite Four member is Lorelei, the Ice-type trainer. Unfortunately for Kurama, majority of the Ice types in this gen are also a Water type, so lefties will have to carry. He's able to cleanly two-shot Dugong with Shockwave as it goes for a safeguard. Out comes Slowbro, who takes a lot of damage from Shockwave but goes for a Yawn in retaliation. Forced to switch, I go out into my Weewa as she full restores. I Giga Drain doing about 60% as she amnesias, so I go for Secret Power and barely miss out on the KO as she goes for Yawn again. I send back out lefties, who unfortunately has to tank an Ice Beam, but Shockwave is able to kill next turn. She sends out Lapras as I stay in with lefties. Shockwave does more than half to its HP, and she's able to kill me next turn with Ice Beam. I send out Weewa, who barely misses out on the KO on Lapras, and she's able to knock me out with another Ice Beam. This Lapras is an issue, but I go out into Gojo and finish her off with an Earthquake. Out comes Cloyster, who has a weaker special defense, so I brute force with Lapras and click Psychic twice, which takes it down. Finally, she sends out Jinx, and I use Gojo to Shadow Ball her to the Shadow Realm, taking our first victory against the Elite Four. The entire team put in work against Bruno, which is an awesome feeling knowing there wasn't
Bruno, not Bruce.
Bruno is a fighting type Elite Four member, but has 2 Onyxes which caught me off guard. Rock Tomb was a bit annoying for my Zapdos, but Nidoking was able to provide backup. Every member besides our 2 flying types got a KO in this battle, which is kind of ironic when you think about it. You would think flying would be really strong, but the thing is I forgot to buy heals before entering in the league, so I wanted to conserve my Dragonite's HP, especially against Lance later on. Anyways, Kurama, our newest member, was able to finish him off with a combination of Will-O-Wisp and Flamethrower, taking down our second Elite Four member. Our next battle was up against Granny Agatha, and our Nidoking with Shadow Ball was able to put in work. I
hate her,
how
bro.
Shadow Ball is a physical move in this game. I still never got used to that. The lack of ghost types in this game means that Agatha is running duplicate Pokemon. She has 2 Gengars and a Haunter, but Gengar has Levitate in this game.
Lance is annoying too.
Rest in peace, Levitate Gengar. I still have no clue why they chose to give it Cursed Body. Her last 2 members are Golbat and Arbok, 2 non-ghost Pokemon. Lapras deals with Golbat pretty easily, but I have to use Ninetales as a sacrifice to full restore our sleeping Nidoking. Thank you for your service, Ninetales. And one final Earthquake finishes the job. And with Agatha down, we're left with one more Elite Four member, Lance. Now here's some lighthearted slander for you guys. Lance is a dragon trainer, but he's more like a bird keeper on steroids in this gen. I mean, his entire team aside from Dragonair are all flying type Pokemon. So a combination of my Lapras and Dragonite were able to take him down. His scariest Pokemon in my opinion was Aerodactyl, who's insanely fast and strong against my team. I also have a bit of PTSD from playing Pokemon Champions with all the Aerodactyls running amok, but now that it's down, it should be a Dragonite sweep. Dragonite one-shots both of his Dragonairs with Outrage, and all that's remaining is his level 60 Dragonite. Also, quick shout out to Kurama, who I've used as a sack like 3 times already in this league. I feel so bad, man. I shiny hunted him for so long, only to be used as a sacrifice to heal my other members. But down goes Lance, and there's only one obstacle remaining between us and our champion title. Hey, Angelo. I was looking forward to seeing you, Angelo. My rival should be strong to keep me sharp. Not only that, I assembled teams.
Yo.
I'm the Pokemon League champion, bro. I just
Yo, look great. Thanks for the follow.
I'm the most powerful trainer in the world. Holy ego.
How's it going?
And he leads off with Pidgeot as he's always been doing the entire game. I Shockwave with Zapdos, but because I'm 5 levels lower than it, it misses out on the KO. I live in Aerial Ace and I kill it next turn with another Shockwave. He tries to send out Rhyhorn, but Nessie, my one-hit KO machine, comes out and KOs it with a Surf. Emma, who's been doing nothing but dying this entire league, comes in clutch at the very end with a critical hit.
Me too.
Executor. Absolutely.
Just chilling right now. Earlier, we were playing Mario Kart Wii, but
absolute threat. I want Goku to get some action too, but he outspeeds me and kills
Eventually, I'll buy.
me.
I don't know what I don't know if I want to do.
I sent out Nessie, who lives a psychic, but he gets a lucky
I
special
hopped on
move as well.
Roblox
So
for
I
a
have to swap
bit.
out and sacrifice my Zapdos. This allows me to live
Play
another
Mario
second
Kart
with
World
Nessie
for a
and kill
little
Monster. And
bit.
his last Pokemon is Charizard, who is a massive problem. Fire Blast kills my
And
Nessie, so I swap into
now we're
VC
watching
trying to fish
videos.
for a miss on Fire Blast, which I do end up getting, and I'm able to revive my Zapdos. And he seems to have gotten a bit annoyed at the misses, so he goes for Air Lace to finish me off. I sent out Gummy to try to get as much damage as possible with Outrage before dying. Charizard is now super
I'm
low,
just
and
chilling.
Lepes is able to outspeed and knock it out with a
Just
shot
got
thus
food
concluding
too.
our champion battle.
So I'm gonna
After
be
the
chilling,
battle, Messi
chilling.
shows up and expresses disappointment in our rival. And after a bit of dialogue, we're able to cement our shiny dream team in the Hall of Fame. Lefties is Zapdos? Insane? You did your job, Kurama. You're insane. You did your job. Weewa? Okay, low-key Weewa got carried, but it's fine, because Weewa carried early on. Yo!
I just ate shrimp fried rice
Oh my
from this
God.
Asian place. Actually,
That wraps up our journey. After
really good. I love shrimp fried rice.
58,660
Shrimp alone
encounters and 235
is
hours of gaming, I
supreme.
beat Pokemon Fire Red and Leaf Green with my dream shiny team. If you guys want to follow more shiny adventures, tune into my Twitch where I stream the shiny hunts live.
Oh man, now we're cooking with sauce.
Oh man, I remember when I first got this game, bro.
Easily
My cousin got it,
highest rating games.
and he gave it to me,
I did not have a Nintendo DS growing up.
and I was like 9 years old.
My childhood Mario Kart was Mario Kart Double Dash.
Saving up for a
I
DS.
always wanted a DS growing up.
You're gonna mod it?
I wanted a DS. I saw friends having
But yeah.
I'd see them playing New Super Mario Bros. Even the
Such a journey, bro, playing this. I tried playing it again when I got my modded 3DS. Well, when I got my 3DS and modded it, and then got a capture card installed for it, so I could stream off of it. Man, when I was younger, I guess I was a menace in this game, because it's harder now for me playing it.
Mario Kart DS. So I don't really have much nostalgia for this game. So I can kind of look at this a little less biased. I think a lot of people have, some bias towards games like this because it was part of their childhood. But overall,
'Cause I would get stars and Grand Prix,
really well. It is
even in the mission modes.
highest grossing Mario Kart game, behind Wii and 8 if you count 8 in deluxe.
I'll turn in again another day. All right, man. Thanks for the follow.
In my opinion, in the Mario Kart franchise, I think all the games before this.
Just remember, I can do variety,
Period for Mario Kart. I think Mario Kart DS is
like a variety of games. Because right now I'm trying to strictly try to get good at Mario Kart Wii, which I'm already pretty good at it, but I want to become
Mario Kart Super
way better.
Circuit, 64, kind of Double Dash 2. All of them are,
Yeah.
they play a little weird or a little differently. Like I said, I just
All right, have a good one.
Dash on the GameCube.
Thanks
It's
for the
a
follow.
quality game, but let's not act like that game is perfect. That game is so slippery to control. It takes forever to readjust to the gameplay. If you're good at
I never played Double Dash,
for
though,
example, that doesn't
till
mean you're
this
gonna be
game.
good at Mario Kart
I
DS.
have to play it,
It's
though.
totally different. Whereas Mario Kart DS, there's some modern sensibilities in this game, and I kind of like it. Just looking first at the box art, this is during that time when Mario was cool. Look at that posing on Mario. He just looks like he means business. The font in this logo is a little different. It's a little more hardcore, a little metallic.
Looking at the logo, bruh.
It has that,
Oh
2000s,
man,
the iPhone was cool.
the font,
Minimalist design. This is just a big
the metallic
franchise. Looking at the back,
texture on the font. Just looking at it, bro.
big deal. This is the first official time we
Almost
get
2
retro
decades.
courses, in our Mario Kart game.
Memories.
Become a standard for Mario Kart going forward. Yeah, Super Circuit had, all of the Super Mario Kart courses remade. That's not really retro tracks. That's just Mario Kart Super Circuit having Super Mario Kart as part of
Oh,
the game.
and
Whereas
for Super
this
Circuit, oh
Mario
my
Kart
goodness.
DS, they had to curate a list
Going back to
of
play that,
retro
it's a
tracks
nightmare. It's
from
hard
previous
as hell.
games, and gave us,
It's hard.
decent enough quality tracks from older games to play on our DS. I mean, just look at how this looks. Obviously this is playing on a Nintendo 3DS XL, but
Well, I
overall,
played it a lot
DS
more when I was younger,
art style. It's a hit or miss art style, but with Mario Kart
and I
8,
played better when I was
it
younger,
holds up
for
really
sure.
well. It's not a perfect
I,
Mario Kart game by any means. What kind of
I
game
just
do you
muscle
think?
memorized it when I was younger, and then I
But
like
just being able to go
got a
through
rhythm.
and have a
I know a lot more
full
now
Mario Kart on the handheld
on what to
that's not
do
Super
in the
Circuit,
game, but
where
I
it's
still
just
play
Super Mario
worse.
Kart, but a little better. Having something that is truly comparable to a home console Mario Kart on the handheld is truly remarkable. So I just kind of want to go through some of what Mario Kart DS had to offer, kind of show what truly is good about this game. So I'm just going to jump into the Grand Prix. Obviously, you have 50, 100, 150cc, and then 150cc mirror mode. Double Dash did the same thing. Looking at this character select screen, we have 12 characters in here. Bigger than Super Circuit, which is good. Not the craziest lineup. We just came off of Double Dash, which I believe had, 24? Somewhere in that range, 20 to 24. And, granted, that's on a GameCube. That's on a home console.
I forgot Daisy's in the game, bro.
This roster overall,
I always look at the
is sufficient. I think it covers
where
all the
Yoshi's
characters
at,
that
bro.
you
I always
need.
look at Yoshi.
I think it has all the characters that you really
Either
need.
Mario,
Not necessarily missing anyone in particular.
Mario,
Just going through, we have our
Yoshi, and Rob.
Mario Kart 64, Mario, Luigi,
I just look at the corner.
Toad, Donkey Kong, Wario, Bowser. Right? You have to have them. They are standard. They are Mario Kart royalty at this point. We have 4 characters that you can unlock. First off, Daisy, returning from Double Dash. Obviously, Daisy's an iconic character at this point. So it feels very justified to have her in here. The second one that's returning from Double Dash is Waluigi. I love Waluigi. Waluigi has a cult following for a character in Mario in general.
And another thing that
then we have 2 characters that have never
dude, if I would have got my OG emblem,
Dry Bones,
because you can draw your emblems on your card,
we've had Koopa Troopa in the past.
I could get that back,
Dry Bones
man.
is obviously a different take on that character. Even looking at his animation, it's fun.
I don't remember what it looked like.
I'm not opposed to having him in here. And our last character is Rob. Rob the robot. The toy from the NES. I think he is so goofy to have here, and I love it. I think Mario Kart rosters are at their best when there's something zany going on, something just a little raunchy going on, and I think Rob fits that quota perfectly. There is actually a 13th character that you can play as only in DS download play. So if you are someone who does not have
Shy Guy.
DS, you can play
That's
with someone
another.
that does have the game, and you get to play as Shy Guy. Why Shy Guy's on option in the base roster as well, I couldn't tell you. But that is a neat little factoid as well, that you can play as an elusive 13 character. I also want to talk about some of the carts that you have in this game, because I think Mario Kart DS's cart selection is super funny and really just intriguing to look at. Obviously you have standard ones, but there's certain cool ones like Shooting Star. That's such a cool one. This big old 4-wheel cradle looks epic. The Banisher for Dry Bones. I love that they have this big old crane. Big
Crane.
old piece of technology.
There's a tank.
The Gold Mantis is called. Really dumb. Luigi has some really cool ones. The Poltergust 4000 based on Luigi's Mansion, I think is a really cool cart. Cucumber, kind of cool. Wildlife, you have this kind of safari jeep. Dragonfly, which is just a tractor. There are some carts that are based on Rob, which are really cool. Rob BLS, kind of C based on Stack Up. Cool to have as a cart. Rob LGS, this is Rob with some tall legs. We like Rob with tall legs. We have the Hurricane, which is just a whole plane. The Koopa plane. Really cool design. The Zipper, this big old tricycle. And we have the Randy Rider based on Donkey Kong. Like, such cool designs. Throughout, you've noticed that there are some weird blue designs on some of these carts in different places. That's because Mario Kart DS also had the Emblem Maker. So the Emblem Maker, you can make your own design based on whatever you want. Yeah, stats can be pixelated, but you'll see on here, it uses the touch screen to kind of make it a little easier to make your design. A really cool addition, customizable option, kind of make the cart your own. Something I want to talk about, though, are the tracks in Mario Kart DS. I think Mario Kart DS has some of the best new track additions in the whole franchise. I think it does some really, really unique stuff. Some fancy
Yoshi
tracks
flags his
that, return
cheeks.
throughout future entries. So I just kind of want to go through these tracks and kind of talk about them a little bit. Mushroom Cup, obviously it's a Mushroom Cup, so it's going to be a little bit more, simple track.
Figure 8 circuit, it's okay in
Nothing
DS.
too special. It's the first course of the whole game. It's a figure 8. Sure.
For the first try, I think it's okay.
I wouldn't say
But if they were to bring it back, which I hope they don't, it's going to be terrible.
Mushroom Cup. I think it's uniquely designed. It's a different take on the Yoshi course. I believe at this point the last course we got that was Yoshi themed was Yoshi Circuit on the GameCube. So yeah, I mean, a new take on a Yoshi course. Sure. Cheap Cheap Beach. This is a classic cool water level. This is before we had Mario Kart 7, which would introduce underwater driving. Truth be told, Mario Kart DS is actually the one that introduced underwater driving, and we'll show you why in a little bit. Cheap Cheap Beach, a great course. And then Luigi's Mansion. I mean, iconic.
Luigi's
really nice to see crossover between some of the spin-offs, like Luigi's Mansion. Seeing that in another spin-off Mario Kart. Same as seeing the Poltergust as a vehicle option. Really cool kind of continuity there. Then we have the Flower Cup. Desert Hills, it's fine. I don't think Desert Course
Probably
is the most well-liked by anyone at this point. But it suffices. Delfino Square, though, that does more than suffice. That is... Oh, I love
all
Delfino Square.
3 of these tracks are in Wii.
One of the best courses in this game, and I just want to see this course come back in an HD.
Pinball, Delfino Square,
We had it as a retro
and
course in
Hills.
Mario Kart Wii. Oh my goodness, that's not good enough. I want to see this course in Mario Kart World as DLC. Oh my goodness, this course is so good. Super Mario Sunshine, which was a pretty recent release on the GameCube, just awesome. And to follow that up, Waluigi Pinball, I mean, iconic. This is a fan favorite course through and through. It's such an interesting theming for a course making it. It's a giant pinball table, and you're driving on it. So cool. Based on Waluigi, love Waluigi. So many good things. And then Shroom Ridge, it's a fun little course. It's on the cliffside most of the time. It's a decent course. It's good enough. Star Cup, DK Pass would obviously come much better in Mario Kart World, but it's not a bad snow course.
TikTok Clock,
That's a really cool course. That
Mario Circuit, and Airship,
Mario Circuit's
or
not a bad course. It's just pretty generic. Peach's Castle again. You've seen that a couple times at this point, but it suffices. And an Airship Fortress. Oh, another good one.
not gonna lie, that cup is, to me when I was younger, I struggled on it, bro, because of Airship.
Himself. Get all these cool obstacles, all these cool enemies. Very interesting track design. Going from different terrains and levels, and just so cool.
One trap.
And then lastly, the Special Cup, Warrior Stadium. It's it's good. I think I'm not as crazy about it.
Peach Gardens.
Overall, is that
I struggled on the Special Cup too. Wario Stadium
on this stadium. It's good.
and
Gardens. This is another
Rainbow Road.
really good one. Iconic, would come back multiple times in the series. Base it on the gardens of Peach's Castle. All the foliage, all the bushes designed after characters. Really cool. Bowser's Castle in this game is really neat, actually. It has some really interesting gimmicks, some of the moving platforms. It has like a spiral that you have to drive.
But DS Bowser Castle,
One side to the other.
wow.
Take an alternate route on the ground. Really cool stuff that it does. And then of course Rainbow Road. I think Mario Kart DS's Rainbow Road is good. I think it's pretty good overall. I don't think it's necessarily one of the best. I think it does.
The loop-de-loop is in the middle right there.
It has some loop-de-loops, really some of our first, kind of seeing of anti-gravity, which is, kind of notable as well. It's a good Rainbow Road. I'm not going to say it's bad. Then we have the retro courses. Like I was saying, the first official time we would have retro courses in a Mario Kart.
The Luigi Circuit.
At this point, there were 4 different games that came out for Mario Kart DS. So each of these
I'm thinking of
courses,
Super Circuit, bro.
one
Never
course
mind.
from each of those games. That means one from Super Mario Kart, one from Mario Kart 64, one from Super Circuit on the GBA, and one from Double Dash on the GameCube. So So we see here on the SNES, our SNES courses are all going to be pretty, I'm not going to say similar, but pretty basic. They're on that flat plane. Mario Circuit 1 is Mario Circuit 1. That's going to be pretty much my reaction for all these SNES courses. They're all just flat.
That track's a nightmare, bro.
Original versions of them, it's fine. Moo Farm.
All because of
the
me.
pick from 64. Definitely the lesser of the two in these days in terms of Moo Farm compared to Moo Meadows from the Wii. But it's nice to be able to go back to this game and have this course, available. Peach Circuit from the GBA. It's fine. Same style as a Super Mario Kart track. Nice backgrounds. And then Luigi Circuit. That was one of the more basic courses from the GameCube. You're driving right past people.
Actually, this track, I think it's okay in DO.
It's fine. Banana Cup, Donut Plains.
Wii, though, it's
Frappe Snowland. Good enough N64 track. It's
all the way around.
Not as good as DK.
Terrible.
Snow level. But
Frappe Snowland.
Bowser Castle 2. That's a decent little, track from Super Circuit to come back. I'm kind of fine with
DC2.
and then Baby Park from GameCube.
Baby Park.
Some people have griped
Fuck
with it.
no.
It's 5 laps instead of
Terrible.
7. It is what it is. It's still nice to have it back. Leaf Cup, Koopa Beach 2. This one, I would say, is actually
Koopa Beach 2.
courses to come back. It's a nice variety. Aesthetically, it's different than the other Super Nintendo courses. Having those parts of the water where you sink.
Those who know.
Nice. Chocolate Mountain. I would say
I forgot that it's in
looks much
flipping
nicer, even though it's in the
DS.
It's a nice little upgrade from the N64. Luigi Circuit.
Yeah, there is Luigi Circuit. I thought the.
Puddles that you can spin out on.
I like Luigi Circuit.
More than anything, but it's
Super
fine.
Circuit.
Mushroom Bridge, really good GameCube course to come back. Kind of annoying. They
I hate that one though.
In the course where you could drive up these parts of the bridge. That's not available in this version of the course, so that kind of sucks. But it's still not a bad course. Then Lightning Cup, Choco Island 2.
Choco Island 2.
Like literal poop. So that's
it's
fine,
literal poop.
Sure.
Yes, it
Banshee
is.
Boardwalk.
Banshee Boardwalk.
Aesthetic to the other
Wow.
N64 courses. You can tell it's an N64 course even with the updates made.
Sky Garden.
Kind of
Wow.
But it's nice.
Yoshi Circuit.
Sky
Wow.
Garden GDA. Sky Garden was easily one of the best courses from Super Circuit. It's an okay version of
One of the
course.
best
It
cuts.
suffices. It's still relatively flat, so it doesn't do anything in terms of that aspect. But the theming, the aesthetic of it all, being that garden in the sky, it's nice to have. And then Yoshi Circuit from GameCube. A little nerfed in some ways. Doesn't feel as bombastic as the GameCube version, but it is Yoshi Circuit. It feels like you're getting the main skeleton of that course, but aesthetically it feels like it's kind of missing some aspects. So that's the 32 courses. Good time overall. Things are usually better for battle modes. But the two
Shine
modes
Runner.
they have are pretty good. Balloon battle, pretty typical. Burst your opponent's balloons with different items. Last man standing.
Dude.
It's a weird gimmick. They really wanted to use the
Flashbacks, bro.
to get more balloons.
Especially from that mission mode where you have to get all the,
Your balloons
I think, the
that you have
points.
storage. It's weird. That's a little bit too much. I would prefer to just be able to maybe press a button, or at least have the option to press a button. But no, I have to blow into the mic to blow up balloons. Okay, thanks. I think Shine Runners though is the real standout of battle mode. You're just collecting shines on the course, but the thing is, this is like a battle royale before battle royales were really in. Over time, every like 30 seconds or so, whichever person has the least amount of shines, they get eliminated. And so it's kind of a last man standing sort of deal.
Dang.
And I think it's actually really fun. I think it's
The
really
sad thing, I
fun.
didn't really have anyone
Most
else
modes in battle mode don't really matter if the
that
courses
had
for battle mode
Mario
are
Kart DS when I had it.
I am happy to
Or
report
me and my
that
brother
Mario
shared
Kart
playing
DS
it.
has some pretty good battle stages. First, Nintendo DS. I love this course. It pays homage to Double Dash's GameCube course. In some ways, it might be better having that fold, the change in the terrain and the level of it. Really nice to have. This is a really fun course. Obviously, it's just floating in outer space, which is also just kind of funny. Twilight House is a really interesting course. Very close quarters in each of the rooms. Very nicely laid out where you have this kind of outer perimeter that you can drive across, but then you can drive in between the rooms. I think it's a really nice kind of different take on a battle course. Palm Short, this is where I'm talking about with the underwater driving originating in this game. You
This reminds me of that mission mode where you have to kill all the crabs.
water is at a certain level, you can go into the water and drive. Mario Kart 7, eat your heart out. It's a fine course. Tart Top, pretty simple course. I love it. It's just a
Dude, they brought that back in Wii too.
climb up. Block Fort, another classic one. I believe that one also came back.
Block Fort?
Really fun course. A pretty big course too.
Beautiful.
Levels, multiple interconnecting.
Love this one, bro.
To kind of duke it out. Really nice to have. And then Pipe Plaza, straight from GameCube.
Pipe Plaza.
It's really fun. The pipes kind of randomize. Pretty simple course. Have the ramps, but overall, a pretty
I don't
fun
know about
course.
that.
So yeah, the battle mode is just so fun. It's pretty snappy, pretty quick to kind of get in, get out. And so if you're in the mood
But
for a
Block
battle mode,
Fort
which
and
is
Tart
always in
Top,
Mario Kart games, I think
Twilight
they're all the
House,
best Mario Kart
the
battles.
Nintendo
Still
DS.
Mario Kart 8 Deluxe. But I would say DS has a pretty respectable battle mode. Now this is interesting. Mario Kart DS had
Pretty
the
good.
missions mode. And this is essentially, I mean, I don't want to call it a story mode for Mario Kart, but it's essentially a story mode for Mario Kart. Really fun mode. These missions kind of have a big range, you know, from driving through all the number gates, collecting all the items, racing in single laps, racing backwards, a bunch of really cool things that make up the different missions. There are 6 levels, and each level culminates in a boss battle, which is really cool. So you fight, you know...
I struggled on that one when I was younger.
King Boo.
Me and my brother were like, wait, what are you supposed to do? What are you supposed to do? King Boo's like circling around you.
I'm pretty sure Chief Chili is an original boss from Super Mario 64 DS. I think that's how you unlock Mario. Okay, unlock Mario. Okay, I guess.
Without the internet, bro, we were like, what are we supposed to do, bro?
You get this sweet credit sequence.
But then we eventually figured it out.
It kind of helps you feel like you accomplished something. You know, it's not going to take you forever to go through this mission mode. Probably finish it in like an hour to 2 hours. But it can be fun to go back, you know, to try to get the highest rank, which is triple stars.
The bully ones were easy.
Completing it faster, but that can also be fun to do too. So if you
The last one was like a little,
it, you know, that's going to get you a little more time out of it.
a little tricky.
This is a mode that kind of represents what more modern Mario Karts are missing. I think a game like Mario Kart World feels like it's lacking because there is no significant single-player content. And to note that Mario Kart DS has something as fleshed out as this mission mode is, I think it feels a little bittersweet just knowing that they wouldn't really do something like this again to this extent, knowing all those games that came after this. I do have some minor complaints overall about the game. I think some of the things you have to do to unlock the 4 characters can get just repetitive. You don't start out with all the Grand Prix unlocked in any of the speeds from 50 to 150 cc, and so you have to play through them each time to get more and more of the courses unlocked. And what's unfortunate is I had to play through multiple different speeds to unlock all these characters. Some of them required 50cc, some of them required 100cc. Rob specifically requires 150cc in mirror mode, and so having to replay these courses over and over again at different speeds just to unlock these things can get kind of repetitive. Small nitpicks. I don't like, this is really stupid, I think the items don't reappear after they've been taken fast enough. I think they kind of go a little slow for my liking. Kind of sounds dumb.
I don't remember for all
that
that.
would be something that, you know,
Diamond
could be
boxes.
improved. Bigger complaint.
But they are small though.
In this game is so out of whack. I could be playing as Donkey Kong, and I am driving on a course, and all of a sudden Rob drives up next to me, and he bumps into me, and I will go flying off the course. The weight balance is totally unfair in this game. I think that is one of the few things that kind of ruin your enjoyment at times, just because it's so all of a sudden and such only negative impacts. Yeah, it can be fun to do it to other racers at times, but when it happens to you, it just feels so bad. Items are pretty standard. You know, some of the items work differently than they do in other games. The triple banana, all 3 of them stack behind you while you're holding it instead of, you know, circulating around you like the shells do. Feels like if you're in first, you get hit with a lot of blue shells. I think the items are not as bad as they are in Mario Kart Wii. I think the item balance in that game is just absurd. But if you're in first a lot, it does feel like you're just going to get hit with blue shell after blue shell after blue shell. And there's no real new exciting items. I know in the original demo for Mario Kart DS, the one that would be in stores, they showed a chain chop item similar to the one that was in Double Dash. That doesn't appear in here. Items are pretty standard. It's just shells, bananas, stars, and mushrooms. I don't know if there's anything else. Oh, and the decoy block. That's like it. And if you're in first, you know, all you get is bananas. Obviously, you have to balance it out. But when you don't get many different items in the other places either, you know, it gets kind of old, kind of fast. One thing I didn't mention that I do kind of like is the drifting in this game. Having to go from left to right while drifting is kind of neat. I think it's a nice little, you know, test of skill. Of course, I didn't play this on the original DS growing up, so I mostly play on a 3DS where I can use the analog stick. Might feel cheap. I wouldn't say it necessarily fixes anything.
I don't
The
remember
feeling of playing Mario Kart
you
DS
drifting
pad, for
too
example.
much,
Obviously, the controls
like how, you know, world records,
but in terms of, you know, actual control and the directions that you have, it's
like
gonna play pretty
drifting and
similar
all
just
that.
because it's
But
not coded to have an analog stick that way. You have time trials, you know, sure, race as fast as you can, pretty standard in a Mario Kart game these days. But yeah, that's Mario Kart DS. Like I said, this game is just so good.
I think it's
It has
overall a really
everything you
good
could ever
game,
want.
bruh. I'm happy I had played it as much as I did. The worst Mario Kart DS. Okay. This was a year ago, so I'm a little curious. I know this video would be DS on the Wii. Shoot, my 3DS is like worth. My 3DS is worth like almost $600 for what I can put into it. So they can get pretty expensive. If you're buying one that have a capture card installed with a USB-C port, it's pretty expensive. Oh.
I played every single Mario Kart game, and today I'll be ranking them from worst to best. And no,
Not
I
gonna
won't be
lie.
including Mario Kart Live on Circuit because that's barely a video game or the original Mario Kart 8 since it's strictly a
If the
license
arcade
from
one
Mario Kart 8
counts,
Deluxe. With that said,
I
let's
like
get
that
right
one
into it.
better than
At number 11, we have Super Mario Kart for the SNES.
64.
This game released 34 years ago,
And
and
this.
it's safe to say that it shows.
This Mario Kart
The
is
game
hard
is
as
really
hell,
hard to
bro.
control, and the tracks are about as simple as you'd imagine
The
them to be.
CPUs
On top of that,
are
the
on a
off-road
whole
is
another
insanely overtuned.
level, bro.
Even
And they
brushing against
cheat
it for a second can completely kill your speed, which makes the already stiff controls
like a
feel even
whole
more punishing.
another level.
Because of the lack of true 3D objects, both item boxes and points are just picked up directly from the ground, and judging distances in general can be weirdly hard to do from time to time. One thing I've never really seen anyone talk about is that you don't actually play by the same rules as the CPU. In your entries, everyone basically functions under the same system.
Thanks,
Here, you
man.
go faster
Hope
based
you
on how many
hope
coins
you
are
are
left.
too, man.
You collect them from the ground, and you lose them whenever you get hit by an item or obstacle. The CPU, meanwhile,
I
doesn't
hate
really
that
have
Choco
limits,
Island.
meaning they'll always cruise at the same speed whether you
It's
like
like
it or
so
not.
narrow.
That, combined with the very obvious rubber banding they use to catch up whenever they fall behind, makes the difficulty feel extremely artificial and nowhere near as fun as the later games. And finally, on a very personal note, this game probably has my most rage-inducing track in the entire series, Vanilla Lake. Between the barely visible ice
And
I
love this track.
momentum and the water
I know in
that
this game.
into, it results in one of the most frustrating tracks I've
I
ever
wouldn't
played in
like it
Mario
though.
Kart. At number 10, I'm placing Mario Kart Super Circuit.
I actually like Super. I actually like Super Circuit for how the
and multiply that by 10 for
what
this
was it?
game. The Game Boy
The
Advance
ranking
screen
system
probably didn't help much
is
because
like
the tracks themselves
for
arguably
how
look
hard the
even
game
more
is.
sparse than they did in
It
SMK.
actually kept me
The
playing.
backgrounds though look beautiful, and they
And that's
give
how I
the
got
tracks
better
a
when I
real
was younger
personality.
than how I am.
Sadly, the actual gameplay still feels way too stiff, especially considering that this game is played on a D-pad. But my
It
biggest
made me
gripe with
like
Super
it a
Circuit
bit more.
is how hazards behave.
But
It's
I'll rank
never
Super
good
Circuit
enough to
higher.
even think of touching a hazard, because you'll be sliding for what feels like an eternity. Pair that with a track that has no railings, and you can be pretty sure you're going straight
I don't like
to
it
the
when that
edge.
happens. Though.
I don't think it's ridiculous to say that this game feels worse to play than Super
You
Mario
like
Kart.
hit something
But
and
to
you're
be
like,
fair, for a Game Boy Advance game, Super Circuit is quite impressive. It tries to deliver a full Mario Kart experience on hardware that clearly wasn't ideal for it. And it deserves credit for introducing the idea of retro tracks before they became a series staple. The problem is that impressive for the GBA doesn't automatically mean fun to play today. I respect Super Circuit more than I actually enjoy it,
jeez.
but it still places above Super Mario Kart because it's essentially an expanded version of that game. It brings back all of Super Mario Kart's tracks while also adding a brand new set of its own.
Sunset.
At number 9, I'm placing Mario Kart Tour, the only mobile entry in the series and a very controversial one at that. It's a mobile game, so you already know the drill. Heavy monetization and the usual FOMO style progression that makes it
I
difficult
don't.
to enjoy unless you're willing to empty your wallet into it. To be fair, the monetization did get a little
Cash
less
grab
useful over
game,
time,
bro.
but the game still very much feels built
grab.
on keeping you constantly engaged with rotating content instead of just letting you play Mario Kart normally.
The
When it comes to
rupees.
the gameplay itself, Tour also
Red
feels
rupees.
closer to an on-rails racer than an actual Mario Kart game. Since it was adapted for touch controls, it never really feels all that satisfying to play, especially compared to the rest of the series. But you've got to give credit where credit is due. The game does look pretty good by mobile standards, and for all its issues, Tour had a pretty interesting track selection. The city tracks are hit or miss, but they gave Mario Kart a type of setting the series had barely touched before. It also had an absurd amount of content, with tons of characters, cards, costumes,
That's the thing I
events,
liked
and
about it.
alternate track layouts.
It's
Granted,
just
a lot of that content
pay to
exists in
win,
the
especially
game,
when
plus the
Mario Kart
DCU,
4
but
was
it still
new
gives Tour a
in high
surprisingly
school,
big
for
identity
me around
in
the
the
time,
series. More importantly,
and
Tour ended up being a
cash
major
grab,
reason
not cash
Mario Kart
grab,
8 Deluxe
just pay to
Extreme
win,
Sports
bro.
Pass exists in its
Just to
current
get
form.
like more
All of the
characters, the
tracks,
characters that you
characters,
need
and assets
to
from
help you
Tour
win.
either came back directly or clearly influenced what ended up being added to it Deluxe. To me, that alone is a good enough reason to rank it above the previous two games. At number 8, I'm placing the Mario Kart Arcade GP series. These are arcade games, so they naturally have a very different feel compared to the usual console Mario Kart. That starts with the fact that they were developed by Namco, which is why they feature crossover characters like Pac-Man and Blinky. Instead of the usual item system, at the start of each race,
Banana
you're
and
given a random set
ruins.
of 3 items that you
No,
can roll from item boxes. It
nah.
feels novel and limiting at the same time. On one hand, it gives the games their own identity. On the other, items don't feel nearly as impactful as they do in the rest of the series. That's especially noticeable because items aren't really given to you based on your position.
Dude,
So
I
if
remember
you're in first
being
place,
in
there's a good chance your item won't even
the
hit you, since the
arcade,
vast majority of items in these games are
the
pure
rumble
defense.
effect, when you're in
Drifting
banana
feels
reels, go
extremely
crazy, bro.
responsive, and the driving experience in general is pretty straightforward. But that's also because the tracks,
The whole track is
good,
bumpy,
are actually quite simple. To
turning,
be
and
fair,
everything.
this makes sense for an arcade game. These are meant to be immediately understandable, flashy, and easy to jump into for one or two races. But as a full Mario Kart experience, they end
One
up
of the
feeling
worst
a
rainbow
lot more
roads
like
ever, bro.
console entries. One of the biggest selling points for the series is how interactive and memorable the tracks feel. But in Arcade GP, a lot of them feel more like simple circuits with pretty set dressing than proper Mario Kart tracks. Also, the commentator in the second game is extremely obnoxious when you're playing through the entire game like I did.
Now on to the final lap. Lemaichi, is it possible to maintain the lead? Lemaichi is wiped out by the basin. Claudio makes a perfect
At number 7, I'm placing Mario Kart 64. Probably one of the most iconic Mario Kart games. Mario Kart 64 was, and still is, home to one of the most dedicated speedrunning communities in the entire series. This game introduced many elements that would go on to become familiar in later entries, like the golden mushroom and the blue shell. It also revolutionized public sliding and brought it much closer to the system we now know today. Even though the racers and items are still 2D sprites, this is where the tracks became fully 3D, making the racing experience feel much more immersive. And while I don't think the tracks in this game are as well thought out as the ones in later entries, they still exude a lot of love and creativity. Even when the layouts themselves are pretty simple, a lot of these tracks are incredibly memorable, which is probably why so many of them kept coming back in later games. This game also deserves a lot of credit for its multiplayer. Mario Kart was already a multiplayer series from the beginning, but 64 is where it really became one of those classic local multiplayer games everyone remembers playing with friends.
The track is so
This
long.
game is also very much on the harder side. I was barely keeping up with the CPUs on 100cc, but unlike Super Mario Kart or Super Circuit, it doesn't feel
A nightmare indeed, bro.
It feels more like the game has a really high skill floor and an even higher skill ceiling. And because of that, I have the utmost respect for the people who mastered this game and still speedrun it to this day. At number 6, I'm placing Mario Kart World. This game is definitely a weird one, because when it comes to moment-to-moment racing, I think this is by far the best feeling game in the series. From drifting to grinding rails to driving on walls, the game gives you a ton of freedom, but it also doesn't necessarily force the new mechanics on you either. The issue isn't really on the Mario Kart side of things, it's on the world side.
I'm trying to think where I'm gonna
like
put it.
the idea of having all the tracks exist inside one connected map, but in practice, I think it takes a lot away from the actual racing. When you play a cup, you have to go through each intermission and then you only get to do one lap of each actual track. And the intermissions themselves aren't really anything special. Most of the time, they just boil down to holding the accelerator through what are basically straight lines. It's a shame, because I think the new tracks are really cool, and the same goes for how they readapted the retro ones. But because of the way cups are structured, you barely get to experience them as proper Mario Kart tracks. That's what makes the game so frustrating to me. On paper, this should be one of the most exciting directions Mario Kart has ever taken. But in practice, it often feels like the game is getting in the way of its own best ideas. I will say, the whole connected world concept works a lot better in Knockout Tour. Since that mode is built around one long continuous race, the intermissions actually feel like part of the structure instead of something getting in the way. But in regular Grand Prix, where I just want to race
Added
the
two more of
they
those.
end up feeling more like mandatory
Which I
fillers.
need to try out.
The jump to 24 players also gives the races a bigger sense of scale, but it can make them feel a lot messier too. Mario Kart has always been chaotic, but with this many racers on the track, there are moments where it feels less like you made a mistake and more like the game just decided it was your turn to get absolutely fried. The open world also felt somewhat empty to me. There are occasional challenges and collectibles here and there, and even though I didn't hate exploring it, I didn't particularly like it either. Ultimately, I just don't think an open world truly fits what makes Mario Kart charming. At number 5, I'm placing Mario Kart Double Dash. When you think of the most experimental Mario Kart title, Double Dash is probably the first one that comes to mind. This is the only game in the series to feature 2 races per kart, with one character driving while the other handles items. And this is such a cool idea, because it adds a whole new layer of strategy to the game. Since each racer can hold one item,
Like you move so fast going down the mountain. That banana.
it also helped that the
It's
2 character
huge.
system wasn't just cosmetic. You could even have 2 players control the same kart, with one person driving and the other handling items. It's definitely a strange idea, but it fits Double Dash perfectly, because the entire game feels built around taking Mario Kart and essentially making it as chaotic as possible. Each character or character pair also has a unique special item.
Terrible track,
Even
bro.
though some of them are obviously better than others,
Hella
they're hilarious
long.
to whip out when the opponent least
Before they
expects it.
changed it,
They also make
it was
the characters
hella
look much
narrow.
more distinct than in most
Even
other
for
Mario
Flame
Kart
Banner, bro.
games. The courses in this game are also much more visually impactful compared to the earlier entries, almost resembling themed attractions rather than simple 3D spaces. Driving can take a while to get used to, since this is the only game in the series where you don't hop into a power slide and instead start drifting directly. But once it clicks, it's easily one of the most comfortable driving systems in Mario Kart. And I gotta say, that's probably Double Dash's biggest strength. It has a personality that no other Mario Kart game really replicated.
Do
Even if
do
you
do
don't think it's the
do.
best one, it's easily one of the most
Mushroom
memorable.
City.
The real issue with this game is that it's very
Do
thin on
do do
content compared to most
do
Mario
do
Kart
do
games.
do.
It only has 4 cups, since it doesn't bring back retro cups, and you also don't have access to battle mode in single player. If it wasn't for that, this game could have comfortably sat somewhere in the top 3. At number 4, I'm placing Mario Kart 7.
7.
Take, but I really like this game personally. First off, I
I don't
think this
know.
game has the best track selection in the series.
I don't know where I
If we
put this
ignore
either.
the one game with 96 tracks. Most of the original
I didn't grow up
I mean,
playing
just
this
look at this Rainbow
when I
Road.
had my first
It also
3DS.
brought back a selection of some of the very best tracks from the previous games. Mario Kart 7 introduced gliding,
The coconut
which
mall
is
doesn't feel the
plus,
same
since it
to
gives the
me.
game a new whole dimension. But I think underwater racing is the truly overlooked addition. Yes, the underwater sections in the new tracks aren't anything groundbreaking by themselves, but what this game never gets enough credit for is readapting water elements from older tracks and turning them into actual raceable areas. It also reintroduced coins, which had been missing for a while in the series, and gave you a good reason to collect them beyond just gaining speed. Coins are also how you unlock new card parts, which you can then customize to your liking. And this is where customization in Mario Kart really takes off. With different wheels, gliders, and kart bodies, you can create hundreds of different combinations, which gives the game a lot more personality and replay value. The game's roster usually isn't considered particularly good, but honestly I kind of like having unpopular picks like Honey Queen, Lucky 2, and Wiggler available to play as. Although I do agree that Metal Mario could have just been a color variant or something. When it comes to the driving experience, I think this game is second only to the game I had in first place. There's something about Mario Kart 7 that feels smooth as butter, even if I can't quite put my finger on why. The only thing that sadly hurts this game is the lack of a VS mode, meaning you don't really have a choice but to play Grand
I
Theft
heard
Auto
that's the
single
main
player.
thing that
At number
lets
3,
it
I'm
down.
placing Mario Kart Wii. Chances are, if you're watching this video, you've probably played this one. This is the ultimate Mario Kart party game. It's one of those games that connected generations over time because it was so simple and fun that you could probably ask your parents to play, give them one of these, and even they could enjoy it. Driving with the Wii wheel is probably what makes Mario Kart Wii the most iconic game on this list, but that doesn't mean it's lacking in other departments. It added bikes to the mix, which, aside from being completely overpowered, play very differently from karts. Most of them use inside drift, meaning they cut sharply inward during drift instead of sliding outward like traditional karts. They can also perform wheelies, letting you lift the front wheel for extra speed on straightaways. So in practice, bikes don't just feel like another vehicle type, they let you play with a completely different rhythm. The races also became more chaotic than ever, with the player count increasing from 8 to 12. And that works really well with the game's extremely fun item set. Except for the Thundercloud. I have no idea what went wrong there. This is also the game where tricks were introduced, adding a slight layer of skill expression by rewarding you for timing your input right when jumping off the ledge. I think the best adjective to describe this game is probably flashy. Everything from the introduction of motorbikes and tricks to the track design itself feels clearly designed around spectacle. A good example of this is DK Summit, which is basically a snowboarding style course. The funny thing is, Mario Kart Wii is also not exactly what I call balanced. Bikes are clearly better than karts, inside drift is ridiculous, and the Funky Kong Flame Runner meta basically became a meme at this point. But weirdly enough, that imbalance is also part of the game's identity. Mario Kart Wii doesn't feel clean and controlled, it feels explosive, unfair, and completely unhinged, but I guess that's also what makes it special. Most importantly, this is the game that truly cemented itself as the cornerstone of Mario Kart Online. And that longevity isn't just nostalgia either. Between private servers and the massive
Soon.
track
I
scene,
think the Wii server shut down on 2014, I think.
even 18 years
To
after its release, people are still
like
playing it
May,
online
May
daily
or something like
on
that. May
servers.
2014.
At number 2, I'm placing Mario Kart 8 Deluxe. This is basically the ultimate Mario Kart package. It doesn't have the same kind of instantly
8 is
recognizable
it's just
driving features
overall.
like Double Dash or
It
Wii,
it has
but
the
what it does
less
have is almost everything
flaws
you could
of
possibly
Mario
want
Kart
from a
game.
Mario Kart game, all
Out of
indulged
most,
to
pretty
never
much
cease
all of
to
them,
amaze
bruh.
me. Starting with
8
the
was pretty
obvious, this
much
game has by far the biggest collection of
the
tracks in
most,
the entire
almost
series,
perfect.
excluding Tour, but that's a mobile game so it doesn't count.
They didn't
With
have
96
to, when
tracks,
the
your
Switch
favorite
came
track
out,
is more likely
they
to
made a
be
right
easy to
decision
count,
to
since the entire
turn it
series
into
only has
like a bug
160
instead of
unique
making
tracks
another
if you
one.
don't count alternate versions or remakes. The roster is
That's how
also
good 8
massive,
was.
featuring almost every major character you could hope for, plus crossover characters like Link, the Villager, Isabelle, and the Inklings. And while I don't think every character choice is perfect, it's hard to complain too much when the game gives you this many options. Driving obviously feels great, being a modern Mario Kart game and all, but I
He
think the
said
real strength of
3DS
8
is
Deluxe
smooth. I'd
is
say
how refined
8 is
everything
smooth.
feels.
Waves like probably the
Drifting,
smoothest one.
tricks, gliding, underwater racing, bikes, kart customization, online, retro tracks, and battle mode all come together into one incredibly polished package. It also helps that Deluxe fixed one of the biggest issues with the original Mario Kart 8 by giving battle mode actual arenas again, instead of making you fight on regular racetracks. That alone makes this version feel way more complete. The game also looks and sounds incredible. The tracks are colorful, detailed, and extremely readable, and the soundtrack might honestly be one of the best in the series. Everything about the presentation makes the game feel premium. As for anti-gravity, I'll be honest, I'm pretty indifferent toward it. I don't think it really changes the gameplay that much, but it also doesn't hurt the experience in any meaningful way. At the very least, it gives the tracks more visual spectacle and lets them twist in ways that wouldn't have been possible before. This game might not be the most personal or experimental game in the series, but it is easily the most complete one. It does pretty much everything well, and even when I don't have much to say about it, that's kind of the point. It's just really, really good. At number 1, I'm placing Mario Kart DS. Yeah, I might be biased because this is the Mario Kart I love
DS
the
is
most,
up there
but
for
even
me.
putting nostalgia aside, this game will always be my favorite.
I never played Double
Without
Dash.
doubt, Mario Kart DS was insanely good in pretty much every single aspect. To me, this is still the game
But
that feels the best to drive in.
one of these
But
days I will
with
play Double
gameplay,
Dash, and then
drifting
I'm
has
like,
never felt
I'm
so
gonna have
effortless.
to do a
In
trip
fact,
this
it feels
myself.
probably too smooth. since the optimal way to play is basically drifting all the time.
Probably
What's
two separate
next?
tier lists, like which one's the
Even if
hardest
snaking
Mario
totally
Kart to
breaks you
play,
down
and
at
then
high levels,
which
I also
one's
think it's part of what makes Mario Kart
the
DS so
best, like
satisfying.
worst the
With a
best.
constant rhythm to the driving that makes every corner feel active, and once the movement clicks, the game just feels incredible. It also has one of the best lineups of original tracks in the series, with so many heavy hitters like Waluigi Pinball, TikTok Clock, Airship Fortress, Delfino Square, Peach Gardens, and Luigi's Mansion. And on top of that, this is where the modern Retro Cup format truly became a serious standard, bringing back tracks from older games in a way that would basically define every Mario Kart after it. And most importantly, the sheer volume of single-player content should be the standard for every game in the series. Not only can you play both BS mode and battle mode against the CPU, which are both extremely customizable, but there are even full sets of missions that are always capped off with a boss battle. Like, why has this never properly returned? It was so cool. Mario Kart DS was also the first game in the series to have online multiplayer, and even though it was obviously basic compared to what came later, that alone makes it historically important. This was a handheld Mario Kart with a full set of tracks, retro cups, missions, battle mode, BS mode, online play, unlockables, and even emblem creation. That's what makes this game so special to me. It feels like one of the most complete games in the entire series, and one of the entries that truly helped define what modern Mario Kart would become. Well, that was everything.
Pretty good video. He almost has the same amount of subscribers I have. I need to make more videos. The last two videos I made were pretty good, but like video, not YouTube shorts. Actually, you know, let's do this will be the last one.
Console from worst to best. And in last place, to nobody's surprise, is the Virtual Boy. The only
I never played the Virtual Boy
I played
before.
every single Mario Kart game, and today I'll be ranking.
Today I'm ranking every Nintendo console from worst to best.
This will be the last one that I'm gonna call it.
Surprise is the Virtual Boy. The only Nintendo console that I do not.
I heard is really bad.
Virtual Boy once. Wow, lucky you. And I have never recovered. Oh my god, go see a doctor or something. You don't give me insurance.
Making a virtual reality console in 1995 was a decision that Nintendo now has to live with. To save money and to make everything work at all, Nintendo had to make everything red and black. Which doesn't look bad if you plan on playing for less than 10 minutes. And though I don't personally own it, I can say the games I've played are at least decent. Mario Tennis made its debut here, and there was even a decent Wario Land as well. Now there's about 60 good reasons why this did not sell well. They didn't support it for long, and since you had to have your head in a really weird position, even the people who did buy it didn't like to use it. Recently, they did re-release it as an accessory again, which is cool if you're really into playing every Nintendo game, but I can't think of a good reason to race out and pick this up. And in a similar vein, up next is
It's nice that they thought of that, because I never played on the Virtual Boy before.
All 60 of these might actually
Or a
be
game
the
that
one.
was.
These devices were really cool. Unlike other devices at the time like the Microvision, these were small and cheap to make. Mostly because they use pretty much the exact same parts that you would see in a calculator. I've never trusted these things. Now the only one I personally own is the Zelda one, and it's like $400, so I don't recommend going into debt like I do. The games were very simple, often having you do the same challenge
Game and
over
Watch.
and over until the battery dies or you do. I do think
Should I
it's cool
go
that
in
some of these models had a hinge and two
the
screens, something
Octopus
that
game,
Nintendo would definitely never do again.
the
Also,
Rescue and
before
Wine?
these, D-pads were not a thing. Everybody was using joysticks, a trend that worked for the time, but only became more of a problem as time went on. Though they each only had one game on them, they weren't super expensive. The goal was to make something more fun than a calculator, and it is, most of the time. They are very important for what video games have become, and even though they have a name that sounds
freaky, it is still pretty cool. Now, I am fully aware of how important this console is. The Nintendo Entertainment System is the reason that gaming is what it is today. I just never really reached for this thing. Since the industry was fashion, the console was designed to trick people into getting video games back in
The
the day.
NES,
They
I think,
designed
is
it to
pretty
look
cool.
and feel like a VCR and labeled the console an entertainment system. And I, for one, am
We
all
have
for an
one.
elaborate ruse. It had a lot of fun games like the Super Mario
We
Bros.
have
Series, the first two Legend of Zelda
Duck
games,
Hunt,
Metroid,
Mario
and
Bros.
which though have gone on to have better entries down the line, still hold up really well. However, for
Yeah.
as many great games as there were, there's also a ton more that are tough to enjoy in the modern day.
Excuse me?
I think we got another one, but I don't remember what it was.
Ever? I would rather die
I don't
in a bus
remember.
crash.
Most NES games were fine. Due to the technology and how new the home console space was, there was a lot of learning that needed to be done, and that happened in real time. A lot of titles were small, tough, and strange, which isn't necessarily a bad thing, but go back and play Urban Champion and tell me this is a good time. But there is still a lot to love about this. I didn't have one of these until I was a teenager, but some family did. So going there as a kid, I could play so many older titles that I didn't know existed. The controller laid the foundation for what a modern controller is, introducing the D-pad to home consoles and the horizontal hand feel that has become the standard. It is a bit sharp though, so be careful, I guess. If
But my
you're
hands
someone
were
who
smaller.
really likes tough games, then this was a great console. There were some
They weren't
favorite
that bad.
titles like the early Mega Man games that were really hard, but are still so much fun to go back
Just
to.
the
I know
holding
it's
your
popular to
hand.
claim the NES hasn't aged well and it's not worth playing, and there I disagree. This console's impact on the industry alone is enough for me to like having it. And whether you have the original or the mini, I really don't think you can go wrong with either. The next one really hurt me to place, but unfortunately, it's the Game Boy and Game Boy Color. Don't worry, I've already started digging my own grave. This took what home consoles were doing and brought similar, smaller experiences on the go. And especially at the time, this was perfect. It had some great games, and even though the Game & Watch technically did it first, this was the console that made handheld gaming a household thing. This time you could put a cartridge in, and when you were done, you could swap it out for the new one, which meant that you no longer had to buy a console for a single game. Again, it was the 80s, they were still figuring it out. Of course, a big part of what made this special was that this was gaming that you could bring wherever you want. It had a screen built in, so you no longer had to walk around with a TV like a psycho. This portability was great, especially with Pokemon taking over the world during this era, being a series that encouraged you to go around and share the experience with your friends. An experience that wouldn't have made a ton of sense on the NES. And though it released in the late 80s, with different variations coming out throughout the years, more and more people had to have it. But I just don't use this thing nearly as much as other consoles. The original Game Boy was a
I never had a color. I had an Advance.
in the right hands. Now the Game Boy Pocket fixed that, as did the Game Boy Light if you lived in Japan. But the one that was the
Two
best was the
Advances.
Game Boy Color, which, get this, allowed for a color display.
I don't believe this.
This thing being able to show color was so cool. It just really needed a backlight for it to be better. It was still a major improvement from the green look the original had. Personally, I find this revolting, but this not having a backlight is a huge reason why I don't pick this up. Unless you have a good source of lighting, there are better ways to play these games. And though from time to time I will grab it for the nostalgia, I usually play my Game Boy games in other ways. Now it is low, something had to be, but that's not saying this is bad, because it was far from it. Outside of Pokemon, it had some fantastic games like Tetris, Link's Awakening, and Super Mario Land that are games that feel just as good today as they did when they released. And unlike the Game & Watch, these felt far closer to the home console experiences that people wanted on the go. Another thing that I usually don't love is that this ran on batteries. But I have owned this thing for a while, and I am pretty sure these are the exact same batteries that I used when I got it. But I like the Game Boy and the NES. They're not low because they're old or because their games don't hold up. They're here because the other experiences are even better, right alongside the Nintendo 64. And don't worry, I am still digging. For a lot of games, the jump to 3D did not go smoothly. However, it also led to the creation of so many features that we take for granted in modern gaming. Some of what I consider to be the best video games ever released originally came out on this console. Super Mario 64 was and is the 3D platformer, and Ocarina of Time paved the way for every other 3D game that came after it. And other series like Mario Party, Smash Bros, and Banjo-Kazooie all got their start here as well. Even the genre of first-person shooters would not be what it was today without GoldenEye and Perfect Dark. Just like with the NES, I hear a lot of people say that N64 games have aged poorly, which I don't personally agree with, but I kind of get. This was the era that Nintendo figured out 3D. It was like learning to read. Some people got it immediately, while others still struggle today.
Hey, I can read a little.
There was growing pains along with it, but to write the
I never
entire
played Banjo
generation off as a
Kazooie.
wash because there were some parts that were not perfect is something that I disagree with.
Well,
Almost every game
I only
that
played
was based on this
Banjo
was some sort
Kazooie
of
on
innovative.
in
Not
Smash
only because
Bros.
the console was so new, but there was also a level of passion that the console quite literally couldn't handle. They even made the expansion pack because some of these games were just too ambitious. So many things that Nintendo is known for got their start here. Even outside of the games. It had 4 controller ports, which doubled the amount of people that you could play with at one time. And as much as I hate to admit it, the controller was innovative. Putting a thumbstick on a controller was a great change, even though this thing got rid of my thumbprint. The Nintendo 64 still was a great console. Unlike the NES and the Game Boy, there are games that I prefer to play on this than using other means. But if you have not played the N64 before, some of these games can be really hard to enjoy. I still believe that all of this console's love is warranted. I am a huge fan of all of the games that got a start here, but I can also see why a lot of people have a hard time getting into this. Like many, the Game Boy Advance was an important part of my childhood. Though it had an impressively
Boy
short
Advance.
lifespan, this console was exactly
It was
what
the
it needed to
second
be. So putting it this low
handheld console I
feels to my
owned.
very core, because I know what it could have been. Now, the original model was cool, but it still lacked some basic things it desperately needed, like a backlight. But thankfully, we had the
DS,
Game Boy SP and the micro.
DS Lite,
Both of them
and
gave
then
you the
Game
ability to see.
Really? Oh, not like
GBA.
that. I got really excited because I lost my eye from the Virtual Boy, and yeah, whatever, beat it. I'm playing Emerald.
Out of all of its different variations, personally, I prefer the SP. It had the clamshell design that we would see a lot down the line, and it was so small, it could fit anywhere. The jump in power from the color to this was a game changer. This brought Super Nintendo level games on the go in full color and almost full quality. Looking back, a lot of NES and SNES games like the Super Mario Advance series, A Link to the Past, and Donkey Kong Country were brought over to this. Now I guess I can stop carrying around that copy of Super Mario Bros. 3 in my wallet.
I like to keep it on me, you know, just in case I get lucky or something.
That's not to say that this only offered older titles. Pokemon was still alive and well, and seeing the series get new games and remakes in full color was awesome. And then there was games like Metroid Fusion, Superstar Saga, and the Minish Cap that showed what this console was capable of. But one of the things that I used this for the most was to go back and play my Game Boy games. Using the exact same slot, you could plug in your original Game Boy and Game Boy Color games and play them with a backlight. Why do I even own this? It also had a surprising amount of third-party support as well. Mostly because a lot of companies were able to make these 2D games pretty easily. Whether it was Sonic, Mega Man, or even Nickelodeon TV shows, there was something unique for everyone. The Game Boy Advance just released at an unfortunate time though. It was by no means a failure, it sold a ton of units, but this was an era where a lot of companies were shifting towards 3D wherever they could. Thankfully, they're no longer seen this way, but at the time, 2D games were old news. And with the PSP on the horizon that was able to play PS2 level games on the go, Nintendo only left this thing on the market for about 3.5 years, before it got replaced by a console that could handle the competition. The Game Boy Advance wasn't made to innovate a ton from the Game Boy, and that's why it worked. So even though I love it, I really couldn't place it any higher. I know a lot of people would have put the Wii U lower. It was a failure, there is no getting around that, but for those of us who actually got it, it was really cool. Now the marketing is mostly to blame, because the name Wii U was just comically bad. Other jumps between generations like the Game Boy to the Game Boy Advance,
Smash Bros, Smash Bros, and Smash Bros, Splatoon, Nintendo Land, Smash Bros, Splatoon, Nintendo Land, and Mario Kart 8.
More people would have realized that this was a
And this game too.
but the console itself was a textbook
Made
Nintendo
me
console for the
so
era.
that I
It may not
liked
have
it a
been as
lot.
powerful as
And
the
Miiverse.
competition, but it made up for that by having unique ways to play that
Them
others
things,
simply could not.
the
Or at
games in
least they didn't
Miiverse
want to replicate,
that I
which
own
in
made
large
me
part was because of
actually
the gamepad, the
like
most
it.
interesting failure since the console got a name. This thing was really cool, but it never got the support it needed to shine. You can tell that a lot of its core features got brought over to the Switch, like the ability to play full games right off the screen.
I didn't care that it
However, there was a lot more
failed,
to
like
than that,
it
because this
didn't
also allowed for asymmetric
successfully
gameplay,
sell
which used the
that
two
many
screens
to many
in
people,
tandem to
but
make an experience that you could not get elsewhere. It was
it
home
made
to
me.
varying levels
I
of
liked it.
success, with games like Nintendo Land being very interesting couch co-op experiences, and with games like Star Fox Zero being playable sometimes. It was a great concept, but again, it never really had the opportunity to be utilized to the level that it could. There were so many potential uses that could have been great, but because nobody would touch this with a 10-foot pole, it never really got to happen. And for most of the games you play, it was delegated to having a map or an inventory screen, which was still helpful, but not a system-selling feature. I still think it would be really cool to get a Pro Controller equivalent that had this functionality, even though that most likely will never happen.
Well, they did bring back the Virtual Boy, so I guess never say never.
Because it didn't sell well and it was hard to develop for, there was a lack of
This
third-party
game,
support.
bruh.
And of course, the price was just
This was a
enough
shooting
to be
game I was
considered a
playing.
good deal for most people. With that being said, this was creative and fun, which was all it needed to be. The library was small but rock solid. It had one of the best Donkey Kong Country games, a great new
Splatoon,
3D adjacent
3D
Mario,
World,
the best versions of two of my favorite
Smash
Zelda
Bros,
games, and the
a
creation
fighting
of
game I
Splatoon,
played,
which is just
shooting
scratching the
game I
surface of
played,
all of the great games
a
that this
platforming
console
game
had.
I
Now,
played,
over the last few years, almost all of the
a
notable
party
games that were
game,
launched here got brought to the Switch with varying levels of improvement. There are
and
still some
also
games that haven't yet,
playing
but just
the
give it
old
time.
Wii games,
Also, with
the older
this
Wii
being
games
a
that I
somewhat
had.
recent Nintendo console, it had a lot of features these earlier
And
consoles
Miiverse
didn't.
made
I
me
really like these
really enjoy
menus
the
and the
Wii.
user interface because it has so much charm. Whether it was the icons or the Miis and the Miiverse, this was the first Nintendo console that made Nintendo fans truly connect in ways that we really haven't seen since. Another huge
Good old
selling point
memory,
and
bro.
point of confusion was that this was backwards compatible with the Wii.
Miiverse.
I love this. The Wii games look so good here, and for most titles, I tend to reach for this more than my Wii. It's just that using it was a bit odd. You would think if you wanted to play a Wii game, you would put it in and then click play.
Dang, Mario
Go sit in the
Sluggers.
corner. You would have to go to the Wii channel, which then would load you into a virtual Wii. I kind of get why this was the case, but could they have made it any more awkward? And though it has a virtual Wii inside of it, it can't read GameCube games, which just makes me sad. Now, you only have to use the Wii Virtual Console if you're trying to play a physical Wii game. Because if you bought a Wii game from the eShop, for some reason then you're allowed to launch it off the menu. I get why this failed now. But speaking of the eShop, this had a great library of Virtual Console games, offering pretty much every Nintendo console outside of the GameCube for some reason.
Which I'm not mad about. I just think it's funny that
the Wii U was not a success, and it really is a shame. Whether it was the fact that it was underpowered compared to the competition, or that people didn't know it existed, it never got the chance to shine like I and the other 9 Wii U lovers knew it could. When the DS was first announced, people had no idea what they were looking at. And I don't blame them, but I don't think that anyone could have predicted just how insane this would become. Everyone had one, if not two of these. Unlike with a home console where generally it would be shared by the family, it was pretty common to see all the kids in the family and even their parents with their own DS
A
system.
DS Lite,
This was Nintendo's
the first
experimental
3DS,
creative years at their peak. Like I said
2DS, no, two 2DSs.
so Nintendo could compete with the upcoming PlayStation Portable.
How can we compete when their screen
DS Lite, 3DS,
Clearly, this had
two
monster screens bearing a
2DSs,
striking resemblance to the Game & Watches that released back in the 80s. It
and
also had brand new
a
features
new 3DS
like
XL,
connectivity,
which is what I got right now.
multiplayer,
So,
and Pito
5.
where if you wanted to send messages discreetly,
I had
you
5.
could. During its life, there were a few different models, and at one point, I had all 3. But I
Actually, no, I have another DS
video
Lite.
a while back, so these are the bad boys that I have. The
I have
original
a
model was
Mario one
cool, it's just the worst. The DS Lite was smaller with better buttons and a screen,
to
but the
remember from
DSi
my
had a ton of new
first
features
video.
the original models never had. And my only problem with either of these is that the DSi does not take Game Boy Advance games, and the DS Lite takes them, but they look a little excited. You really can't go wrong with either of these, but if I had to pick a favorite, it would be the DS Lite. Even though I love the camera and Flipnote Studio, I prefer the option to play my Game Boy Advance games. But if you're just looking to play DS games, then it didn't really matter. The library that this console had was stupendous. New Super Mario Bros. Brought back 2D Mario after a much too long hiatus. Mario Kart DS brought the series on the go in a way that felt similar to the new home console games that we were getting. Pokemon was on a generational run with all of the spin-offs and main series games, and there were so many
Mystery
titles that made
Dungeon.
great use of the console's weirdly brilliant design. Having a touchscreen on the bottom and a normal screen
A
on the top
Pokemon
allowed for some
Ranger,
really strange games to be
Manatee.
made, especially early on.
This game haunts me in my sleep.
There were games for everyone, whether you wanted to play Nintendogs, Brain Age, or Guitar Hero. There was a plethora of games that made great use of this really
Brain
weird
Age.
format. The DS was a console that was greater than the sum of its parts. Getting games like Super Mario 64 DS, a full
I never
3D
played
Mario
this,
game
though.
to fit in your pocket was no easy feat. But there's a reason that so many people love this console, and I'm one of them. Starting the top 5 is my favorite looking console ever, the Nintendo GameCube. This did not sell a ton of units. Going up against the PlayStation 2 and the Xbox would have been tough for any console. But just like with the Wii U, the people who had it were living the dream, mostly because of its library of games. Melee is a top 3 fighting game ever. There was 2 top-tier Zelda games and a ton of new series like Pikmin, Luigi's Mansion, and Metroid Prime, which are still going strong. This was also Nintendo's leap into the world of disc-based media, and in typical Nintendo fashion,
Trying to remember which GameCube games I played,
and are cool. They make me feel like a giant, but it also ended up being
or that me and my brothers played. That
this console couldn't take DVDs.
I don't remember if we
was very important to a lot of
did. We no, I think we did, but I don't remember. I think it was Midnight Club or something.
Not having that feature really hurt this in the long
I
run.
don't
But even outside of the
remember.
CDs, this felt like the beginning of that weirdly experimental era that Nintendo went through for years.
And then once we had the family edition, where you can't play GameCube games, you can play Wii games.
Involving large-scale pollution and the existence of the DK bongos, an actual controller that people paid for. But of course, the actual controller got a lot of changes too. The N64 controller did work, but this was a clear upgrade. Whether it was the buttons or the triggers, everything felt great, and it's so good that this has been usable on every Nintendo console since this released. But the GameCube didn't just do a lot of new things, it also refined a lot of old things. Just like the N64, this allowed for 4-player simultaneous co-op, which was great, but it felt like there was more of a focus on it than ever, with games like Double Dash being heavily designed around this idea. And there was even some great accessories like the GBA reader, which allowed this to function as a Game Boy Advance, taking those games onto the big screen for the first time. Though we mostly look back on it for its incredible library of first-party games,
One of my
the GameCube
favorite
also
Rainbow
had a
Roads.
surprising amount of third-party support. Right around this time, we saw Sega pull out of the home console market. The Dreamcast was really cool, but it had a lot of issues that prevented it from being a success. But that meant that games like Sonic Adventure 1 and 2 and more Sega IPs came to Nintendo home consoles for the first time. Which also means there's probably a lot of people out there that have never played Sonic on a Sega console.
That is a scary thought.
But whether it was Sonic
I
or
never-
Mario, these games
I never played on a
This was the
Genesis
largest
or
graphical
Sega
jump in
console
quality that we
before.
have seen in the 3D era. So many Nintendo characters got their looks that we see today with the GameCube. So even though I know the PS2 and the Xbox are better in a lot of ways, this was the console that I like best from that era. The 3DS line of consoles were the last dedicated
I
handhelds
had the
that we saw
exact
Nintendo
turquoise
release, ending the cycle of
3DS.
the handheld home console combos that we had seen since the NES.
That
and the
small
Game Boy.
3DS
This was
in my
definitely the way
hand
to go out with a bang. Truth be told, I thought about putting this even
with
higher,
that
but then I
2
remembered it was a handheld
gigabyte SD card, bro.
twice, so I think 4 is perfect.
I always tried to find a way to like adjust the storage,
When they revealed
remove
successors to the
photos, and
legendary
add new
DS would be
stuff, bro.
another dual dual screen system, this time having 3D capabilities, people were shocked, mostly because of the price tag. $250 was a big ask at launch for the 3DS. The DS launched at $150, and that had Super Mario 64 DS as a launch title, while this had Steel Diver.
Whoa, I'll
Mm.
do two.
This had a very rocky launch because most people didn't see a need to upgrade. People were content keeping their DS around, and a lot of people who just wanted to play casually had all of the games they wanted on their smartphone. But over time, it slowly but surely built a large catalog of great games, got a price cut, and released new cheaper models, which made people finally come around and see how good it was. The form factor was mostly the same, being a folding dual-screen system, excluding the 2DS, which was built like a doorstop. But because of its jump in power, this was creating experiences that seemed impossible just a few years earlier. This had so many great games.
3D
There was
Land.
a new top-down Zelda, a new 3D Mario,
I find
remakes of
this
classic N64
Mario
games,
game like
and
an
even wiifc
underdog
had its
for.
own game on this console. It
I
wasn't
played that
good,
game
but you could
so
play it.
much
The base console
on
was
my
already
3DS.
great, but then they released
I have
a new
max
3DS, and it
lives,
somehow got even better. I upgraded right around when this was going out of
everything,
production,
bruh.
and looking at the prices now, I consider this an investment. It was faster, had more
Whenever I'm
games, and some
bored,
exclusive games
whenever
that
I
made
was
use
bored,
of
I'll
its new
play that
features. But it
game.
didn't really matter which version
I
you
find
got
a
because
way,
all
find
of them
ways to
were
make the
really
game
solid.
entertaining,
Compared to
bro.
the DS, this felt much more in line with the direction the Wii brought Nintendo. Like the DSi, it had access to the
Especially
eShop, but this time
after
it was
my
much better.
dog
But it also had
ate
so much
my
charm,
AR
a home menu
cards,
that was
dude.
simple and sleek, also having a ton of customization to really
I
personalize
was
this to your
fuming.
own needs, and even some weird features like the AR cards that allowed for augmented reality, something that most people didn't really care about, but it was there regardless. The 3DS was the perfect balance between power and portability. As long as you didn't have the original 2DS, it was really easy to bring with you, and features like Street Pass actively encouraged you to do that. So even though it was the end of the dual screen era and it got replaced by something that was arguably better, out of all of the Nintendo handhelds, this is still my favorite.
If Nintendo were to bring back a dedicated handheld, I'd still buy it. You would buy cardboard if they sold it. I already did.
I know that even the top 3 is arguably too low, but I believe the Super Nintendo is the greatest successor console that Nintendo has ever made. Over the years, this specific console has given me some of the greatest gaming experiences that I have ever had. I just really need to clean it. They took the NES and improved everything. The graphical upgrade was staggering, and the games had real depth, mood, and variety that was not possible before. But not only were the games better looking, in this era they really figured out what they were doing with game design. Though a lot of genres got their start on the NES, the Super Nintendo is where they were really defined. Whether it was platformers, JRPGs, or Metroidvanias, games started to get a level of polish that turned them from a game into an experience, telling stories that rival what we see in TV and film. Then there was games like Star Fox with Mode 7 graphics that made 3D games possible, though in a very limited scope. But let's be honest, if you tried to do something like this on the NES, it would have exploded. From the day this launched, it had a great lineup. Though it was lacking backwards compatibility outside of some third-party adapters,
Super Mario
it had
Bros.
arguably
3.
the greatest exclusive launch title ever with Super Mario World, a game that somehow improved on Super Mario Bros. 3. And alongside it, there were games like Pilot Wings and F-Zero, which really helped us have traction right
I still
off the
like
rip.
3, bro.
And of course,
It's my
when this
favorite
came
one.
out, the console wars began. An era where no matter what you picked, you were wrong. Even though the Genesis beat them to the market and had some fantastic games, the NES is where all of the best experiences were at. Every part of the Super Nintendo felt great. Even putting games in it was so crisp. The controller was rounded and added L and R buttons, which not only gave more flexibility, but also made it so you wouldn't cut your hand while playing. This whole era was great. Since gaming was so expensive, rental stores were how most of us got to play our games. And since there was less communication around what games were good and what games weren't, I would just pick up games based on what was on the cartridge, which led me to find a ton of games that I may not have experienced otherwise. Every big series felt like they had such a major jump in quality. Going from the classic top-down Zeldas to A Link to the Past was crazy. It took their core ideas and expanded on them in almost every way. Everything from Super Metroid and Kirby Superstar to Yoshi's Island and Donkey Kong Country felt like a giant step forward. So unlike the NES, most of these games feel just as good, if not better, than a lot of modern titles, which makes this console and its library timeless. I'm willing to admit that there is a good amount of nostalgia in this placement, as this was a console that
The
I
first time
abused
playing
as a kid, if
Donkey
you
Kong
couldn't tell
Country.
by looking at it. So even though a lot of these experiences are available on other consoles or have been remade
Getting stuck
altogether,
on the
I
mine
still use
cart.
this really often, and I don't see that changing until it gives out. I believe the Nintendo Wii was the console that changed gaming more than any other. While the NES saved the industry from collapse, the Wii brought people who had never even considered playing a video game into the experience. It was weird but simple, and that's why it succeeded. This console was one of Nintendo's biggest risks.
Wait, is that
ever,
Fort
taking the
Francis?
idea
Or
of
am I
what
tripping?
gaming was, an idea they helped create, and turning it on its head, mostly because of the controls. The Wiimote is the object that TVs across the world fear the most.
I broke the TV again? Come on, how many times have I told you to use protection?
Though it definitely caused upwards of $1 million in damages, the control scheme was the reason that this was a success. You didn't have to learn how a controller worked, as they were getting more and more complicated as time went on. You would just use motion controls to replicate the movements that you would be doing for each game's task. Whether it was swinging a baseball bat, throwing a bowling ball, or punching a child, these were second nature. You could also really feel like you were in the game you were playing, thanks to the Miis. I made this, so you have to suffer too. Being able to create a little avatar and put yourself into the game was really cool. It gives you a higher stakes feeling when you are the one in the game, not just some character. Especially for the Wii titles like Wii Sports, which was a perfect
Ow, ball.
It gave use to the Miis that people were creating, and it was an infinitely replayable
Time
demo
out.
for how the console would work. Even the home menu functioned like a TV would. You just point your Wii remote at the TV and quite literally select your channel. So whether it was the Wii Shop channel or the Weather channel, it had a surprising amount of utility. It also fully supported the GameCube, including the controller and the
Galaxy
memory card,
2.
so you could start right where you left off. So unlike the older home consoles, you didn't have to keep the old one around just to play its older titles. I did.
That has
anyways,
to
but
be
you didn't
Fort
have to.
Francis.
And with the Wiimotes being
It's a
wireless,
custom
it was
track in
easier than
Mario
ever to
Kart
play
Red.
couch co-op with your friends. You could connect 4 Wiimotes easily with no wires. And for some games, you could even choose if you wanted to use the Wiimote or the GameCube controller. Again, this thing will never die. The Wii was and still is known for its great first-party lineup of games. There were experiences that really brought the best out of motion controls like Mario Galaxy, and others that didn't really need them like Super Smash Bros. Brawl. Now, it did have a pretty big issue, considering it was so different than the other consoles on the market at the time, that a lot of developers had trouble bringing their experiences over to the Wii. And to make matters even worse, a lot of developers saw how much hype this console was getting, and just started making whatever they wanted. But between all of the shovelware and cash grabs, there were a ton of great games. Whether they were Wii exclusive, GameCube games, or the Virtual Console,
I wanted
always
the.
had something good to
Well,
play. But most importantly,
I thought about wanting to play the Kirby game back then, but
compare this to the PS3, which required both
I was just having
down
fun with
payment
what I
and
had.
your soul. The Wii was far more affordable, and it came with a game, which really helped it stand out from the competition. But when it all came together, the Wii was a wild console. It took the idea of video games as a medium and flipped it on its head. And though it had a lot of trash games, everything else it did was so fun and innovative that it's still played by a lot of people today as much as it was when it was released. But before we get to the #1 spot, there are 2 Nintendo consoles I didn't include for various reasons, being the Nintendo Color TV game and the Pokemon Mini.
They seem fine, but I don't know how to get one, so on to #1.
But the best Nintendo console of all time are the Nintendo Switch and the Nintendo Switch 2. I know putting the Switch and the Switch 2 together in the top spot is a cop-out, but hear me out. They are practically the same thing, and the Switch 2 has been out for less than a year, so it's hard to say.
Well,
But if I had
more
to
than a
rank
year
these two,
now.
I would put the Switch 2 higher because
It's
it does
July.
everything the Switch does, just a little better. So just
But-
for the sake of clarity, I am blending them together. The 3DS and the Wii U came out, and they were both good, but neither had all of the functionality that people were looking for. But the Switch took the best things from both consoles and made one seamless experience that you could play however you want. It worked great as a handheld, and it was seamless to pop it in and out of the dock to take it wherever you go. It does pain me to see the handheld and home console split come to an end, But it makes sense because the Nintendo Switch already allowed you to take your
But it
home console
depends on what
games
comes
on the go,
next
a
after
feature that everybody had
a
dreamed
big
of since the
success like
NES
the
was released.
Switch
So
1
there really wasn't a reason to have a dedicated
and
handheld
Switch 2
console anymore. It took everything that people
being
wanted from a
okay.
home console and a handheld
Because
and mixed
either
it into one. And in a
after
lot
the
of
Wii
ways,
was
it was
good,
perfect. The
the
library
Wii
of
U
games
did
is
bad,
unmatched. Not
the
only did it
Switch
get
1 did
countless
really
great games
good,
from both
the
Nintendo
Switch
and
2
third
was
parties,
like,
but it also pulled
eh.
from nearly every Nintendo console's libraries with both Switch Online, remakes, and remasters. In just 2017, the launch
And
year of the console, we got Breath of the Wild, Mario Kart
I'm
8
pretty sure they're
Deluxe,
just gonna make
Super
something
Mario
brand new
Odyssey,
after this.
Xenoblade 2, and even
But I
ARMS,
wonder what it's
all
gonna
at least
be. It's
supposed
gonna
to
be
be.
another
The
handheld type of
Joy-Con were
console.
really good controllers, outside of the whole drift thing. When they work really well. Whether it was for tabletop sharing the game with friends, playing in handheld, or motion controls,
But if it's
this was
gonna
a great
be
combination
strictly
of
just
everything Nintendo had in the past.
on
And for the
TV,
people who didn't want to use
not
them, there was even
handheld,
the Pro Controller, which was
then
even better. Like I said before, I think the Switch 2 is just a better version
it
of the
has to
Switch.
be pretty
Just like with the
powerful.
DS, the Switch was so popular and so many people own one that most people are just happy with what they already have. So for the Switch 2 to release without a real system seller,
Even though
outside of Mario Kart
Nintendo
World, which was great,
isn't
it is going to take a while for people to see
competitive
the
when it
need
comes
to
to
actually upgrade. I
quality.
believe the Switch 2 will go on to do really well and have a very similar story to that of the 3DS. And because it can do almost everything the Switch can, outside of a few small things, it was the perfect successor to the Switch. This was the exact console that Nintendo needed to make. It saved them from the pain of the Wii U era by creating a device that combined all of Nintendo's experiences
And that
into
too.
one. Having the Wii's motion
So I'm
controls,
pretty
the
sure they're
handheld
gonna
capabilities of the Game Boy and
make something
DS
pretty
lines,
big
and the
after
power of a
Switch
home
2
console, it
when the
easily makes
servers
this
shut
the best
down.
console Nintendo has ever made.
The time has come
We gotta do console after the Switch 2.
for me to take what's mine.
But that's another good video. Like it's alright guys, and that's gonna be it for me. It's for everyone that's been lurking. Lurking, watching with me, and following. I hope you guys have a wonderful day and night. I'll see y'all whenever I stream again. Because I might not stream. I most likely won't stream on the days that I work. But if I have another interview, I might. So, we'll see. I'll see y'all next time. Oh. I'll just do this real quick. All right. I'll see y'all next time.